Good morning. Welcome to the April 13th, 2022 California Department of Education Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting. Michelle, please facilitate a roll call to establish a quorum.
Good morning, Commissioners. As I call your name, please unmute yourself and verify your presence. Vice Chair Adler? Here. Commissioner Andrus? Here. Commissioner Estes?
Here.
Commissioner Gill?
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Present.
Chair Hayes-White?
Here.
Commissioner Lopez?
Here.
Commissioner Notch?
Present.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Here.
Commissioner Sorter?
Here.
Commissioner Topalian?
Here.
Commissioner Tostin?
Present.
And Commissioner Winlock?
I'm here.
All right, and that concludes our roll call. We do have a quorum.
Thank you. I hereby call the April 13th, 2022 meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education to order at 10:02 a.m. Commissioner Ruiz, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to open our first in-person commission meeting back in our beautiful CDE boardroom in memory of our friends and colleagues, Robin Zane and Matt Traverso. Please join me for a couple of moments of silence as we honor Robin Zane and Matt Traverso. Thank you. And now we move forward with our regular business, housekeeping and announcements. Today marks our return to in-person meetings and our fellowship together as one body in the same location. As such, I would like commissioners to please reintroduce themselves by sharing a sentence or two about their background, current role in the field of education. And I would like to start at the end of the dais and circle around, beginning with Commissioner Hamilton.
Hello, good morning. I'm Dawn Hamilton. It's good to be back. My second in-person meeting, although I've been on the commission for 2 years. I am the parent of a fifth grader who's about to graduate and go on to middle school. She has significant disabilities, so she is the reason I'm here, and she happens to go to a very amazing, fully inclusive school where she's having a great experience in education. The bar is held high for her. She's achieving. She uses a communication device successfully to complete her schoolwork, has a lot of friends, is invited to a lot of parties, goes on a lot of play dates, and has a really amazing childhood experience thanks to inclusion. So I am a very passionate advocate for that. Thank you for having me.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Notch. This is my first in-person meeting. I've been on the commission for 1 year. I'm currently the Executive Director of Special Education and Instruction with the San Mateo County Office of Education. I'm a career special educator. I've been a teacher, program specialist, district administrator, and now at the county office level. And personally, I'm the parent to 2 boys, one who has a disability and is also enjoying a very rich inclusive experience that has been an absolute game changer for him. So I'm also a fierce advocate for inclusive opportunities. Thanks.
I'm Elizabeth Estes. I'm a longtime attorney in California in the children's space, including representation of children in the welfare system and now the education system. I also am the founder of a nonprofit called Breaking Barriers, which resulted from my own mass shooting hostage experience many, many years ago, and my own trauma, but really the support for people who are in need and need services and supports wrapped around them. So I'm happy to be on the commission and do whatever I can to support our most important part of our communities and society, which is our children, in the most robust ways we can.
Good morning. I'm April Lopez, and I am a doctor of chiropractic sports medicine for about 23 years now. And I also was the previous chair of the State Council of Developmental Disabilities, and I currently am the advisory chair for self-determination for the Regional Center in Orange County. I'm a proud mother of 3 children, 15-year-old, almost 17-year-old who's in the back today. She's on spring break and a future advocate in our community. And I'm proud to say Isabella, who has Down syndrome and is autistic on the spectrum, is going to be graduating in a couple months. Yay. And thank you. And I'm just as fearful as can be of what happens next. She has taken all of her classes to receive her diploma, hopefully someday if she's grandfathered in, and a varsity cheerleader and fully included. So we're excited to see what happens next. I'm also on the board for Special Olympics and have been, which has also been challenging in the last couple of years. So she'll start again with swimming and being part of a wonderful program. And I'm just happy to be here in person and continue to advocate for our community because I see wonderful things moving forward. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Andrus. I'm the Special Education Coordinator at Granada Hills Charter High School, and I'm also a career special educator. I started as a special day class teacher, and then I worked as a resource teacher, and then an inclusion specialist. And then I was a coordinator at a pilot high school in downtown Los Angeles, and I moved to a charter school. So I've kind of done all the worlds, all the different positions in this field. And I've also done a lot with transition. So I just want to let April know we've got your back, and we're here to help you, and we'll talk. Okay? Happy to be here and work. I'm the old lady on the board since I've been doing it for over 6 years. Well, no, Steve, I'm looking at you. I know, that's all right. I'm good with that. All right, you guys, I'll talk to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Toston. My current role is as a senior advisor with the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. Prior to that, I've served in leadership roles in 2 county offices in California, as well as a regional office in Washington State. And I've also served as a school psychologist and teacher. And when I was a child, I was responsible for cleaning up the school afterwards. So I've seen a lot in public education. I'm proud to be a member of the commission because the work that we do is so very important, and especially in the opportunity to learn from different perspectives and to translate that into advice for our appointing bodies. My wife and I are proudly celebrating 25 years of marriage this year and have a 23 and 21-year-old. They're cute at these ages. We're taking lots of pictures. We know these moments won't last. So happy to be here in person with all of you and to meet some of you for the first time. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Heather Calamise. I'm the director of the Special Education Division at the California Department of Education. Happy to be here in person after 2 years. As I remember, actually 2 days after I started in 2020, there was the ACSE meeting, and I said, what is this? I don't remember any of it, so a pleasure 2 years later to be here in person and be with you here to really, I think, lift up and elevate important issues within our special education community. I'm a lifelong career special educator. I started as a paraprofessional, then teacher, special ed administrator, both in traditional public and charter schools as well. Like David, I have a very cute 23-year-old daughter, and who's in Arizona right now pursuing graduate school and wants to be a child psychiatrist. So certainly a need there. So again, happy to be here.
All right, well, out in the world, I'm known as Dr. Havanya Hayes White. This is my 23rd year in special education. For 15 years, I served as a moderate to severe special ed teacher, working with students of all grade levels, preschool up to young adults with disabilities. Currently, I am a university professor, and I teach credential and graduate level courses to adults who are pursuing their master's degrees in special ed and education specialist credentials. And I am appointed by the Honorable Anthony Rendon, Speaker of Assembly.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Stacy Adler. I'm the Mono County Superintendent of Schools, so I get to do a beautiful 5-hour drive over here to Sacramento to join you all today. This is my first in-person meeting, so lovely to be here with you all. I'm a 30-plus year educator, all types of education. I have dug my hands in everywhere. I have 3 children. My husband and I are celebrating our 25th anniversary this year also, and just happy to be here and hope to be helpful. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Steve Wenlock, the old man on the, thank you, Michelle, I appreciate this. This is my 8th year of being on the commission, which has been exciting. This is my 45th year in education, which is, I love it, love the work that I do, involved. I've had kindergarten teacher, custodian, special ed, paraprofessional, all those positions that have helped me understand what is involved in education. So I'm very excited about being here. I have one son, I have a grandson, and I have a daughter-in-law. All those wonderful people that make up why you do what you do is to support them. So I'm really excited to be here as always. And this is the end of my term, actually. You know, I'll be ending 8 years being on the, so we're waiting for an appointment for my position. I'm a governor appointee. Thank you.
I'm Janine Topalian, and I'm an individual with a disability, and that's the reason that I went into becoming a school psychologist, was actually to break those barriers and also the stigma, because culturally, coming from an Armenian heritage, and just, it was just never accepted, and it was always looked down upon. But just to say that, you know, with individuals with disabilities don't look the same, and everybody could be working towards their potential. I'm 20 years in education. I'm a school psychologist specializing in neuropsychology. Currently, I'm the administrator overseeing school psychologists in Los Angeles Unified School District and the California Association of School Psychologists president. And I'm very, very happy to be here because now I get to, you know, talk to more people and be around life and just be able to collaborate and, you know, work together. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Gloria Reese. I'm super thrilled to be here and meet all of you in person. This is really, really something. Wow. I'm the parent commissioner. I was sworn in by Senator Archuleta, who I partner with often down in Southern California. I am a Region 2 project manager with TASK, Team of Advocates. Team of Advocates for Special Kids. They've been doing work for 40 years. I'm pretty new there. Also do a lot of work with our CAC in Whittier, where I'm from. I'm very proud of Whittier and WACSEP, our SELPA. I am married to my husband, Pete, for 23 years and have 2 sons, PJ, my 23-year-old also, who's doing amazing, really misses school. He was that kid that just loved school all the way through. And so we've been navigating that. And he works for the food bank and loving it. And then my baby boy, who's 17, was just admitted to Berkeley. And we're really excited about that. So thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Marie Alvarado Gill, and this is my second year now on the commission. So I'm happy to be here as part of the Horseshoe and to be able to engage with the public in a face-to-face manner. I serve as a Senior Director of External Relations for a network of public charter schools here in California, and am trusted with the intellectual leadership, the vision, planning, and development of those elementary schools. I also am a parent. My youngest one, a parent of 2 students with disabilities. I'm happy to report that COVID did my children quite well, actually. My youngest accelerated her learning and just recently finished her licensure, I guess you could call it, in behavioral specialist, and she's now working with students with autism and sharing her journey, her story, to help support other students in her hometown. And then my oldest son just finished, and he's now a licensed phlebotomist in California, and he's really excited about that. I just remember the phone call of him calling and letting me know of this accomplishment, and it's so warming to get those phone calls that have some positive news, because we all know how our students struggle in different aspects of work and in education and just in the community, and so being able to support him in that. And I must mention my middle daughter, or else she will call me on it at Easter dinner. I am now a new grandmother. So I have a 4-month-old baby who I'm really excited about having that opportunity to engage now in a new role. So I just want to make sure that I underscore the importance of parent-led advocacy in the work that we do. I am a Head Start graduate and also a product of our foster youth system here in California. So I also want to elevate the voice of first-generation immigrants, as well as our English language learners and those who have been courageous and brave to take on this world and the education pipeline, or the work or trades pipeline, to be able to empower themselves in this amazing place that we call California. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Sorter. I'm a special ed administrator with Riverside County Office of Education, and I'm so honored to be here. It's my second meeting, but first time in person, a little intimidating. I oversee transition partnership program, workability, vocational programs across our county. So April, yes, I too can support you on that. I'm also on the California board for the Council for Exceptional Children, and we do a lot of support, especially over COVID, in supporting our teachers and educators, working with students, and I am the ACSES Special Education Academy Director for our region, and again, supporting new administrators, new professionals in the field of special education. So a lot of professional development and supporting educators over the last almost 30 years. But my newest passion is definitely, my son became an environmental law lawyer. Unfortunately, I couldn't get him into the field of special education, but we are combining forces, and we are doing research now on supporting environmental and health and how it affects families and students in special education. So I'm excited about that research we're going to be starting. Thank you.
Commissioners, this feels really good to sit at the dais with you. I am super honored and privileged to have an opportunity to work with each and every one of you, and I am thrilled about the year ahead. Now, let's transition into the annual officer self-nomination process. Election Committee Chair Commissioner Topalian will pass out and collect the self-nomination forms for Commission Chair and Commissioner Vice Chair. So, Commissioner Topalian, I turn over the mic to you.
Thank you. Everyone has the form, I believe, in front of you. Please complete this form today, and you could go ahead and give it to me at the end of it, anytime during break, or give it to Michelle. But let's just make sure that at the end of the day that you guys all turn this in. Also today, you guys will either self-nominate yourself for the chair, vice chair, or not interested. Please date it, sign it, let us know. And then in June, we'll have the election. And we'll take that vote in June. So if you guys have any questions, let us know. And anyone could go ahead and self-nominate themselves.
All right. Vice Chair Adler, will you please review the agenda and review the guidelines for providing public comments in person and via telephone?
Happy to do so. Okay, so our agenda today, we've begun our business, and our first item will be an overview of the California statewide system of support, followed by at 11:05 a presentation on social emotional learning. Our third item at 11:50 will be information on the Grazer Outstanding Achievement in Learning Award, followed by lunch, a break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:15 with a presentation or an update on from the early education division. We'll have then an update on the governor's proposed budget for this next fiscal year. We'll have a break at 3:15. Our sixth item at 3:25 will be a report from our Special Education Director, Heather Calamise. At 3:45, we'll have commissioner updates. Our eighth item was supposed to be an update from our State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman. Unfortunately, he had a conflict today, and we are hoping that he will join us at a future meeting. Our last item will be for agenda building for our June meeting, and then followed by public comment at approximately 5 o'clock. For public comment, if you would like to make a public comment by phone, you may dial the phone number available, and following the operator's prompts, upon dialing in, callers will be added to a caller queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each agenda item unless otherwise specified by ACSE. Members of the public wishing to dial in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting. The number and access code will be provided at the start of public comment for each item. Prior to making public comments, speakers who are watching the meeting via the live webcast should make sure the volume on their computer is muted to avoid echoing or feedback during the call. If you are in person and would like to make public comment, capacity may be limited to allow for physical distancing, and members of the public are strongly encouraged to wear masks. Individuals who wish to comment on a specific agenda item or to provide general public comment must sign up on the public comment roster prior to the public comment. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each agenda item unless otherwise specified. Thank you.
All right. I just got a notice. We have interpreters on the side of the room. Commissioners, please speak a little slower so they are able to do their work. All right. Are we ready to move into item number 1, Michelle?
Yes, we are.
All right. Moving right on into item number 1, California Statewide System of Support. An overview on how the statewide system of support is structured to support better outcomes for students with disabilities will be provided. Presented by Mindy Fatigue, Senior Advisor from the California Collaborative on Educational Excellence, and Anissa Sonnenberg, Education Administrator from CDE. Welcome, ladies. Are you here?
Yes, we're here. Yes. Good morning.
I'll turn over the mic to you. Good morning.
So first, I think if Anissa and I, if we want to do introductions and a brief overview of who we are so the commissioners can get to know us, and then Anissa is going to start us off and I will finish the presentation. Anissa will be running the PowerPoint slides. And first, thank you, commissioners, for the invitation to present. And our apologies, we can't be there in person. I'm coming to you from the last town in California on the coast before you hit Oregon, and we're actually getting welcome snow and rain today. So my apologies that we weren't able to be there in person, but hopefully next time. A little bit about me. I'm with CCE, California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, 26 years, all in special education. Prior to that, I was 10 years as Executive Director of Humboldt Del Norte SELPA and Chair of the State SELPA Administrators Association, as well as General Ed Teacher, Special Ed Teacher, Site Administrator. But like most of you said, my number one passion is my adult kids, 24 and 21. One of them did have an IEP going throughout school, so I have been on the parent side of the IEP process as well. And in addition to 20 other commissioners, I also teach at a university. I teach at Cal Poly Humboldt in the special ed credential program, instructing special ed law and ethics for new special education candidates. So that's a little bit about me. Anissa, I'll turn it over to you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Anissa Sonnenberg. I'm the Education Administrator at the California Department of Education System of Support Office. And a little bit about me, I've been in education for 22 years, 10 of those here at CDE and 12 in the classroom. On a personal note, I was a child who received special education services through speech from first grade to sixth grade. I would do anything for stickers. And I have two children who are on IEPs. Stanley is 13, about to turn 14 in 8th grade. And I actually just got off the phone scheduling his triannual IEP to get him ready for high school. And then Jack, my youngest, also is an IEP and attends the Learning Center, which he loves, which helps him with his reading and his writing. So thank you for having us today. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Today, again, is a general overview of the California System of Support, which I will be presenting. And then Mindy is going to then dive a little bit deeper to talk about the SELPA. All right, so can everyone see my screen? So first, the goal of the System of Support is to help local educational agencies, also known as LEAs, and their schools to meet the needs of each and every student that they serve. We have a focus on building capacity to sustain improvement and to effectively address disparities in opportunities and outcomes for all of our students. So the purpose is outlined actually in California Education Code 52059.5. And we have generally three main purposes. The first is to support the continuous improvement of students' performance in each of the 8 state priority areas. The second is to address any gaps in achievement between student groups that are identified. And then also to improve outreach and collaboration with our stakeholders, or which we are now calling educational partners, to ensure that goals, actions, and services described in the school's LCAP or district's LCAP reflect the needs of the students and community. So the System of Support is there to be responsive. We're not there to monitor or to deal with compliance issues, but to be more responsive. We thrive as a source of expertise and stability for our districts to address any changing or unexpected conditions. Most recently, I think a very good example of this is just dealing with issues that have stemmed from the COVID pandemic and leaning on the System of Support and being able to pivot where we needed. Also, as part of responsive System of Support, we leverage content-specific expertise through our lead agencies, which I'm going to share, and Mindy will share about SELPA, which is one of those lead agencies. We are there to extend existing and build new collaborations across the System of Support, to be thought partners alongside with districts, to engage in conversations around locally identified needs, and to be more boots on the ground in order to understand the complexity of the system. And lastly, to maintain ongoing communication for support and stability to make impact. So we talked a little bit about this, or I did in the previous slide, but I just wanted to, again, emphasize that we're there to really make sure that even though there's different tentacles to our system, that to make sure that there is local support, so that when there are state initiatives or things that need to be implemented, there are people there alongside districts and various LEAs to provide that support. So who is the System of Support? So this is a very interesting question we get asked a lot. The system of support is not your typical organizational structure. I think a lot of times when people think of a system, an image that may come to mind is like an org chart with lots of squares and lines that are attached to each other. But we are a framework. So it's a kind of a shift in the mind where there's not really one person in charge, but rather we lead together and through various roles and responsibilities. So part of that system of support, we have 3 state agency leaders, the California Department of Education, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, and then our State Board of Education. So an example of this would be exactly what we're doing here today, Mindy and I collaborating together to give an overview so that you all have an idea of what we do, but we collaborate in various ways with our state partners. Also, we have various resource and initiative leads. So again, examples would be our SELPA initiative and content leads. We have equity lead, regional English learner specialist liaisons as well. We also have geographic lead agencies that provide regional support and capacity building, and then our 58 county offices of education. And first and foremost, the system of support also includes our districts, our schools, teachers, students, parents, all our educational partners. So in part of your handouts today, we provided a couple graphics. This is one of them, which gives a nice understanding of the way that the system of support works. So you can see on the outside there are California state agencies that I listed on the previous couple slides ago. And then on the right side, you'll see listed there the various resource and initiative leads. And encompassing around our geographic leads, our 58 county offices of education, and of course our over 1,000 LEAs that were there to help support, which are our school districts, our charter schools, and our county offices. So we are set up to provide 3 levels of support. Level 1, which is our support for all, and I'll share that in a slide to come. Also level 2, differentiated assistance, which if you remember, if you were present at our last meeting, I provided a general overview of differentiated assistance for this committee. And then we have level 3, intensive support, which has not yet triggered. So let's find out a little bit about our levels of support. So level 1 are our supports for all. This is where our various state and local agencies provide an array of support that are responsive to the local needs and adapt the resources and technical assistance to fit local context. Overall, we're there with our level 2 supports to improve student performance at the district or school level. And most importantly, to narrow any disparities among student groups across the LCFF priorities. And actually, I think this is the most important, to recognize our successes and the ability to share promising practices. And then our next level support is what is known as a specialized technical assistance. We have a commonly referred name as differentiated assistance, and it's individually designed. It's targeted assistance to address identified performance issues, including significant disparities in performance among our student groups. DA is provided depending on where the LEA is located and who is identified by either a county superintendent, charter school authorizers, the California Department of Education, and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. And then this is a list of our various lead agencies. I won't go ahead and read them all to you, but I can point out a couple. Our geographic lead agencies, our SELPA content leads, and our SELPA system improvement leads may be some that are important to this group, as well as our dyslexia lead agency, which is new. And with that, I am going to hand it over to Mindy.
Great, thanks, Nisa. So, and again, my role at CCE is Senior Advisor in the Statewide System of Support. So in my role, I collaborate with State Board of Education and CDE, and I advise and assist the GEO leads in particular and the SELPA content leads and self-improvement leads. So what you see on your screen right now is just a brief overview on the self-improvement leads and the content leads. As you can see, the self-improvement leads, El Dorado, Riverside, and West San Gabriel. If you would like more information on what they're doing some fantastic work on the networked improvement communities where they're trained in improvement science and continuous improvement, and they're actually assisting districts up throughout California on how to identify their internal resources and build capacity at the local level in order to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. There was a feature article in our March CCE newsletter that just is focusing on that networked improvement community that SIL has been doing. In addition, I do want to highlight a project out of Riverside County, SELPA, which is in coordination with CCE and CDE, which is CalTAN. And that's a website that is housing evidence-based practices for special education resources and parents and families and communities. And there'll be a link at the very end of this presentation available to the public to log on to that website. Our content leads you can see on the bottom. We have Imperial County for improving outcomes for English language learners who also have disabilities. We have our CAPTAIN, which is California Autism Professional Training and Information Network, particularly serving students who not only are diagnosed with autism, but has the needs similar with the communication needs that students may manifest who have autism. But they're not strictly focused just on students with the qualification of autism, but really supporting students who have a variety of needs. Placer County is UDL, Universal Design for Learning, and also assistive technology and how to build capacity at the local level in order to provide those supports to students. And then finally, we have out of South County, Equity, Disproportionate, and Design, the EDD. And that really is a data-driven website. And that is support given to districts where they can sit with districts and analyze their data for looking at disproportionality trends and significant disproportionality. And really all of the purpose of these content and improvement leads is to build the capacity of SELPAs in order to support their LEAs and COEs in improving outcomes for students with disabilities. And really we're looking at how can we proactively do that and not reactionary system. We still have the compliance and special ed, and we partner with CDE on the monitoring of this. And in the next phase of the monitoring that's going out now, what we are doing with partnership with CCE and CDE is particularly how can we utilize these resources to get out into the field to really support in a collaborative way improved outcomes for students and building local district capacity. So we're really excited for that next phase that's rolling out this year and how we can best utilize these fantastic resources across the state. If you can go to the next slide, Anissa. Before we go, I just want to reiterate that these initiatives, the current initiative is set to end June 2023. But I do want the commission to know that state agencies have already gotten together to begin discussion. Our next reiteration or process in this is to collect data, which we're doing right now. And our role is to really look at that data and the statute and the RFA requirements and look at the next potential reiteration of these initiatives in the state. So that process is started and is ongoing. And as soon as we have any more information regarding that, the state agencies collaboratively will let you know where we're at in that process. But I know there's a lot of anxiety in the field about these are ending in June 2023. But no, we are proactively working as a state agency to collect the data and analyze the data for the potential next steps of these initiatives. Thanks, Anissa. First, I just want to note that we at CCE, under Matt Navo's leadership, really transformed the structure of CCE. And so this is just an information for you. I'm not going to read it all to you. The statewide system of support is under the transformative systems under Dr. Chris Hartley's leadership. That's the system in the center that I am in under the statewide system of support. So I just wanted you to be aware of the restructure of CCE if you're not already aware of it. And really the CCE values is, again, building trust, collaborative, authentic relationships, and really focusing on continuous improvement on educational excellence. So just for your information. And then the next slide as well is really on our transformative systems for equity and education, our center in CCE. And go ahead, Anissa, and you can do all three of them. We have 3 initiatives that we've outlined at CCE under the Transformative Systems Center. And I just wanted to show you the highlights of this. You can definitely read it at your leisure. But really the initiative 1 is a shared vision, what Anissa was saying. It's really a framework in the statewide system of support. And how do students with disabilities meaningfully, proactively fit into that system of support, and what do we need to provide for them to improve outcomes for that student group? It's really coordinated actions. We can't do this alone, as Anissa said. We have a variety of partners and a variety of initiatives that we need to bring together. And we do this in identifying universal and targeted and intensive supports. Now, first and foremost, we all know that students with disabilities are general education students first. They're entitled to general education programs and supports and services like every other student. They just happen to require and need specialized services. That being said, universal targeted intensive supports, both of the initiatives that we talked about on the previous slide, the SELPA content leads and improvement leads, they've all identified what universal targeted intensive supports their specific initiatives can provide to all students, but in particular students with disabilities, to help them in the least restrictive environment. And really the misconception really, students with disabilities aren't automatically getting intensive supports. Really, they're going to get whatever supports they need based on that time in their life and where they're at with that needed support in whatever capacity that is. So universal targeted intensive supports are really important for us to identify across the statewide system of support with our general education partners. Then how can we meaningfully integrate proactively students with disabilities and provide support for improved outcomes for them? Initiative 2, again, the highlights innovation, collaborative, and impact across the state. That's where we communicate with our statewide system of support, state agencies and partners. And then finally, initiative 3, coordinate, collaborate, and integrate. So you're seeing some common themes, what CCE's system of support is in integration to the state system. Initiative 3 is particularly to build capacity of lead agencies, which we talked about, including all the agencies and the lead initiatives that Anissa talked about. The GEO leads and the SELPA leads I'm particularly involved in, and I advise and assist with my fellow state Board of Ed and CDE partners in helping support the GEO leads and the SELPA leads and connecting those to the statewide system of support, which we're going to talk about here next. Next slide. So we talked all about, Anissa went over the statewide system of support. It is kind of this framework in California, but what does that truly mean when we're talking about serving students with disabilities? It's, well, we talked about the SELPA leads and really promoting their work, really making sure that their resources are being supported and utilized out in the field. And not only resources, because as you know, coming out of COVID, we have a lot of resources, but really it's the implementation of those resources. How can we help districts at a local level, SELPAs, COEs, really implement the evidence-based resources and build their capacity? And again, it's advising and assisting collaboration among initiatives. Currently, what we're doing right now is we're bringing together some GEO leads and SELPA leads. We're talking about how we best can support each other across these initiatives. What are the gaps? What are the strengths? Have another meeting later this week with a GEO lead, a SELPA lead, and an EL, English language liaison lead, and really talking to them about universal and targeted and intensive supports for students who are English learners who are also students with disabilities. And what can we do to work together across these initiatives to better support the outcomes for all students, including students with disabilities? The SEL learning across the state, that's the data analysis that we're connecting work from CalWell, the California School Climate Awards, Orange County, Butte County, MTSS. So we're bringing these different initiatives together, analyzing the data, figuring out what supports are needed throughout the state in the statewide system of support for all students. And then of course, I already talked about universal and targeted and intensive supports being provided across all these initiatives. The other thing that we're doing in the state is the Students with Disabilities Collective. We restarted that just probably December, November of this year. It was on pause due to COVID. This was a group that was originally started by CDE and CCE, and it's to bring practitioners out in the field, experts in the field, and serving students with disabilities together. This is kind of changing the format of this a little bit. And as CCE and CDE are collectively leading this group, we are really relying on now on not what resources we need for students with disabilities, but how can we meaningfully, again, integrate proactively students with disabilities in the statewide system of support, starting with general education resources. And how do we bridge that gap and make sure we're not creating unintentional silos for our students, but really the true meaningful integration of students with disabilities in the statewide system. As Anissa said, also we have outreach from LEAs, COEs, charter schools, and lots of phone calls coming from folks in the field to us at the state agency under the statewide system of support. And they're just looking for, who do I connect with? I have this concern, I need help with this. And us as state agencies, our job is to advise and assist and connect them with resources. So connecting LEAs to integrate the DA process for students with disabilities is really a next step in this. CDE monitoring, we talked about, including some of the SELPA initiatives in CDE monitoring, and also the LCAP. Where do students with disabilities fit into the LCAP? Again, they're general education students, and where do they fit in the next reiteration of LCAP or LCAP addendums or whatever it may be? So we're not continuing to do separate reports in silos, but we're doing meaningful integration with improved outcomes for all of our students. Next slide. So a couple resources before we leave you here. I talked about CalTAN real briefly. So this, again, was the system improvement leads, particularly out of Riverside County Office of Ed and Riverside SELPA. So that's a website that you can go on that's really vetted and evidence-based resources, and resources from all of the SELPA content leads and improvement leads are on there and available to districts and to the public. The other one, of course, is the CCE website. If you're not familiar with the CCE website, I encourage you to log on to that. You can easily scroll down to the bottom and you'll see a little picture of how to subscribe. I encourage you, if you have not subscribed to CCE Listserv, please go ahead and do so. It'll take 10 seconds or so. And what you will get is a variety of publications and resources that we send out on a periodic basis related to the statewide system and what's happening in education in California, not only for students with disabilities, but throughout the educational system. So with that, I think we are ready to have any questions that the commissioners or anyone may have of this presentation. I don't know if it's just me, but I can't hear the boardroom.
No, I still can't hear.
Having trouble. Can you hear me? Now can you hear me? There it is.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, presenters, for your detailed work. I'm going to ask a question before I open up the floor for the remaining commissioners to ask their questions or comments. I didn't hear a mention about state special schools or district special ed schools. How does the statewide system of support address students that may be enrolled at state special schools?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you, Commissioner. And the statewide system of support includes all LEAs, all COEs, charter schools. So that would naturally include students who attend the state special schools as well as any non-public schools. So they're definitely included in part of the statewide system of support and part of utilizing any resources or initiatives that we have as a state to help support those students.
I'm happy to hear that. Okay, commissioners, I turn over the floor to you. Any commissioners have any questions or comments at this time?
Commissioner Alvarado-Gil.
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation and continuing to keep this commission informed. My question has to do with parent engagement. I'm wondering if CCEE provides an advisory space for parents to engage in meaningful dialogue and to give input into the statewide system of support structure.
That's a fantastic question, and one that we're very thoughtful and mindful in that. The Students with Disabilities Collective is reshaping and reframing, as I talked about. And absolutely, we just had a discussion, a really thoughtful discussion about parent engagement and inclusion in that policy level statewide system of support discussion. So that's a very timely question. To answer it, yes, absolutely, we want their involvement. And yes, we're reaching out to family empowerment centers as well to get their involvement. As well, we have a educational partners meeting regarding statewide system of support where we've reached out to family partnerships as well as other educational agencies. And we have what used to be called a stakeholder and educational partnership meeting later in the year, particularly focused on their questions or advice or strengths or challenges in the existing system. So they will be also very much involved in that process.
Commissioner Notch?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I really appreciated hearing how comprehensive and vast your support areas are. And in the work that we do, we know that there's a lot of overlap in areas of expertise for supporting LEAs and building their capacity and improving outcomes for students. And that we tend to get siloed sometimes in our areas of expertise. I'm in the county office of education in San Mateo, and one of the things that we talk about a lot lovingly is air traffic control, and really knowing where to route the planes, and that everybody understands what's happening so that we can best align our support to districts. And just looking at the list of content areas and support and technical assistance that you provide, I'm curious if you have any strategies that you found to be most effective in ensuring the alignment and collaboration that you talk about in Initiative 1 between your various lead agencies when they are supporting LEAs.
That's a great question, and I really appreciate the traffic control analogy, because that's definitely what it feels like. And so to answer your question as far as purposeful integration, yes, absolutely. So these initiatives were built to really focus on, like EL, for instance, really build the capacity of serving students who are English learners in the state. And in doing so, we realized that we also need to cross over and share that information across to the GEO lead, share that information across to the SELPA English learners with students with disabilities lead. So that's happening now in meetings on cross collaboration between these initiatives. And it's very purposeful collaboration on planning next steps collaboratively between these initiatives, rather than, anyone top down saying this is what we need to do. It's really bringing these people and these experts from the field together to say what is the next step in the collaboration, and what are the strengths and the gaps that are missing, that they can then advise us as the state agency as what is needed. So absolutely, and that's exactly what CCE and CDE and State Board are doing currently, is bringing these initiatives together.
There are no further questions from commissioners. We'll open this up for public comment.
We have one caller.
Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. You will have 1 minute, and time will begin when you start speaking.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Hatton. I'm representing Clovis Unified School District. We've had the opportunity and pleasure to participate in the System Improvement Lead Project and the Network Improvement Community since its inception here at Clovis Unified. Our efforts on specific work of improvement have focused on increasing student time in the least restrictive environment, improving IEP goal quality, and improving overall quality of the assessment process, just to name a few. Throughout our participation with the SIL and the NIC lead, our team has seen the efficiency and effectiveness of processes improve, and have seen successful, useful, and needed change based on the robust discussion, data analysis, hard work, and motivation among SELPAs to do what's best for kids. Ultimately, through this work, we are seeing improved relationships between families and districts with increased involvement and transparency. And most importantly, our district want to express and advocate for the important funding and support so that this continues not only for our district, but for statewide improved outcomes for students with disabilities.
Caller, that is time. Can you finish your thought, please?
I'm sorry?
I wanted to let you finish your thought, and then at that time, can you also please reintroduce yourself so that we can translate that?
Sure. I was finished, but my name is Kristen Hatton.
Thank you, caller.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record, speaking slowly. You have 1 minute and time will begin when you begin speaking. Aaron Benton, Butte County SELPA Director. Good morning, Chair Hayes-White and members. On behalf of the 14 member LEAs and 8 charter schools we support, I want to voice our gratitude for the amazing work that the SELPA system improvement leads and content leads are doing each day to improve outcomes for students with disabilities. Because SELPAs are relied on by our LEAs to provide them with the most expert special education technical assistance available, it's natural that SELPAs are leading the way in this work to produce the most valuable tools, resources, and trainings available so LEAs can come into compliance, but also learn how to apply improvement science to their specific areas for growth. The work SELPA leads have done over the last 3.5 years and through a pandemic is remarkable. And quite frankly, I could not do my job as well without their strong leadership. And so on behalf of Butte County SELPA, I urge commissioners to invite the SELPA leads to actually show you what they've put together and to share their data with you so you may advocate for continued funding of these projects that are essential to students with disabilities, to our LEAs, and to SELPAs who support them. Thank you. Thank you for your input, caller.
We have no more callers.
All right. Thank you, Anissa and Mindy, for your presentation. No further comments at this time. We are now going to move into item number 2. And a friendly reminder to please speak slowly for the interpreters. All right, item number 2, social emotional learning update. An overview regarding social emotional programs with a focus on students with disabilities before, during, and after COVID will be provided. Presented by Mai Lee, SEL Director from the Sacramento County Office of Education. Welcome, Director Lee. Are you here?
Chair Hayes-White, she is not on yet. Allow me time to reach out to her.
Okay. Director Lee, are you here?
Yes, I am. Was that for me?
Yes, yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Please remember to speak a little slowly because we have interpreters.
Sure.
I pass the mic to you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for having me. I wasn't sure if I was on now or if I should wait a few more minutes. Do I have the screen share capability?
Yes, you do.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Let me get on slideshow here. Well, thank you very much for having me today. I'm very excited to be here with you all. So my name is Maisie Lee, and I'm here to talk about social emotional learning. Before I go into my presentation, I'd like to share just a little bit about myself. I am the current Social Emotional Learning Director for Sacramento County Office of Education. Before this position, I served for 9.5 years as the SEL Director for Sac City Unified School District here in Sacramento. Sac City was one of the original Castle CDI districts, and CDI stands for the Collaborating District Initiative, with the collaborating Castle work group that started about 10 years ago. And the goal was to implement systemic SEL, what we call boardroom to the classroom and beyond. Through my work with the CDI and Castle, we learned a lot about what works and what potential pitfalls to avoid in the field of social emotional learning. And as the work has evolved, we also hopefully have evolved with the work of social emotional learning. And one of the key learnings that we, as a CDI group, agreed on is really the importance and value of SEL as it relates to adults and really nurturing adult SEL as a key lever for educational equity. And certainly the intentionality of whole systems integration. So I'll be talking a little bit about those pieces and parts in the 45 minutes that I have with you here today. So to me, teaching and learning are both social and emotional. And I say social because this work is not done in isolation. We are constantly in community with each other, interacting with our students, our families, our peers, our many partners in our community. And certainly emotional because, well, who hasn't shed a tear in math class, right? Or trying to understand and memorize the periodic table. And so emotions are pervasive in the way that we learn. They're certainly pervasive in our daily lives and certainly present in the way that we connect in relationships with ourselves, with others, and certainly with the content around learning. Emotions, as we all have experienced, can be great big fluctuating moments or small moments of feelings of anxiety, uncertainty, along with great joy and acceleration. And so I want to just note that in this conversation that I'll be having, whether you connect to something in a great big way, or whether you're unsure about something, need clarity about something, just write down those thoughts and emotions as you listen in today, and just take note of what's happening in your body as we move on today. So to just kind of get us moving along in our conversation today, I'd like for you to just kind of think to yourself, to sort of prime what's to come. Think about a significant relationship that you had as a student or as a child growing up. What and how did that adult, whether it's a teacher or a mentor, how did they connect to you? How did they see you? How did they value you as a human being, as a student, as an individual? And in thinking about that person or people, what is an emotion that comes up for you as you think about this person? So I'll just have you think about that for a few seconds. And just jot that down somewhere, kind of keep an eye on it. And hopefully that will be a feeling of being cared for. Hopefully that's a feeling of being valued and bringing up an emotion of joy and happiness as you think about the relationship that you had with this individual. So today, where we're going, we are going to talk a little bit about sort of the why of SEL, We'll talk about what it is and really building that grounding language for creating that common definition. And then we'll talk about what SEL looks like in school. And I'll talk a little bit about what this looks like pre-pandemic and certainly during as well as beyond the pandemic. And then I'll share with you a statewide effort that is showing some promise for the future of social emotional learning in the state of California. So why is SEL important? So what I would say is, first of all, social emotional learning is fundamental to school culture and climate, and certainly, as I said, to teaching and learning, an important lever for access. And yet not all of our students are experiencing climate, culture, and academic success in the same way. And these are just a few examples of the ways our system has not served all our students equitably, even before the pandemic. So as we look at the disproportionality just before the school closures in 2020, disproportionality in suspensions, in particular for African-American students, who, by the way, as you all know, are also overrepresented in special education. The low percentage of students with disabilities being college and career ready, and certainly the significant academic gaps for several student groups. And today, we know that the pandemic has amplified the inequities in our system even further. Mental health is a significant issue for students, for teachers, and for adults, and I might say for our entire educational system. 7 out of 10 of our teens are struggling with mental health. There is a higher teacher burnout rate than ever before, and the spike in depression amongst adults is astonishing. Our system has weathered much, and now more than ever, we have to be intentional about the way that we attend to each other as human beings, providing the optimal conditions that are necessary for teaching and learning, developing core resilient skills through the explicit teaching of social and emotional learning, skills and strategies, and certainly prioritizing relationships and community building as the path forward. So, what do we mean when we say social and emotional learning? Because depending on your positionality and what you have seen or what webinar you have been in, social emotional learning has been defined in many different ways, but I do want us to ground in the CASEL definition, which provides a basis for how we understand what we mean when we say SEL or social emotional learning. So I have a short video that I will play. It's about 5 minutes long.
Think about the young people in your lives and all the different places where they're learning about themselves, how to relate to others, and work together on goals. How can we intentionally create learning experiences that will help all young people develop and maintain positive relationships, become lifelong learners, and contribute to a more caring, just world? Educators, researchers, community members, families, and the students themselves agree. What we need is social and emotional learning, or SEL. SEL is the process through which young people and adults acquire and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes that help us to understand ourselves, connect with others, achieve our goals, and support our communities. We all need opportunities to learn and engage in environments where we feel safe, valued, and a sense of belonging. So how does SEL help schools, families, and communities work together so that all young people have these kinds of learning experiences and achieve success in education, careers, and life? CASEL's framework identifies 5 areas of competence that together help us develop a healthy sense of who we are, manage stress, understand the views of others, and work together to create schools and communities where everyone can grow their strengths and interests. Self-awareness is about how we think about ourselves and who we are. It includes understanding our culture, our thoughts, feelings, and what we believe we're capable of, and understanding how these things can influence our behaviors and beliefs. Self-management is the ability to manage those emotions, thoughts, and actions in different situations so that we can achieve individual and collective goals. This includes coping with stress and anxiety, persevering through challenges, and taking action to create positive change. Social awareness is how we understand others, how we learn to take different perspectives and empathize, even with people who are different from us. It also includes understanding how the broader norms and systems around us influence how we develop and create a sense of belonging. Relationship skills are how we connect and engage effectively with others, and how we form lasting friendships and connections. This includes communicating clearly, solving problems together, managing conflict and disagreements, and standing up for ourselves and the rights of others. Lastly, responsible decision-making is how we put it all together to make caring and constructive choices. This includes thinking critically about consequences, analyzing the impact of our actions on ourselves and others, and identifying solutions that support our collective well-being. We continue to develop and practice SEL throughout our lives and can adapt and apply these competencies across different contexts and cultures. How we develop SEL is impacted by our environment, which is why we need to work together across classrooms, schools, families, and communities. In the classroom, students can be explicitly taught SEL skills and also can practice and apply SEL during core subjects, like discussing different perspectives in social studies and language arts, or collaboratively problem solving in science or math. SEL is most effective when supported by evidence-based programs and trusting relationships where students are treated as partners in their learning. Beyond the classroom, SEL can be intentionally promoted throughout the school experience, from the way they're greeted in the morning to how discipline practices are carried out, and how adults themselves develop and model positive relationships and the SEL competencies. Outside of school, families and caregivers provide the earliest and ongoing learning and interactions for their children. So it's important that schools listen to and authentically partner with families to help shape SEL priorities and strategies for supporting their children. Similarly, when schools partner with community organizations to align their efforts, SEL opportunities can be strengthened and students benefit even more. With SEL, we can help create schools and learning spaces where all young people feel connected, inspired, engaged, and ready to contribute to the world around them.
Okay, so just a brief reiteration and summary, and what I want you to sort of walk away with are sort of some keywords that you just heard from the video, and that is that SEL is a process, and that it is for all young people as well as adults, and it's about the process of applying the knowledge and skills and attitudes that we develop. And certainly, and I think most importantly, SEL advances educational equity, and really it's about establishing those learning environments and experiences that feature trusting and collaborative relationship. Hence the little exercise that I had you sort of think about and process through at the beginning about those significant relationships and the ways in which we are connected to those trusting relationships. Again, I won't go over each one of these because the video did a beautiful job of explaining each of the core competencies. But what I do want to say about this framework is the idea that these competencies are interrelated. They do not stand alone. I like to call this the washing machine effect, right? That they're always in play together. So another way to really think about this is the interplay of the interpersonal skills. So that's the sort of individual and the ways in which self-awareness, self-management are occurring in our inner selves, and then the way that we are connected to others through those interpersonal skills and strategies. So, for example, social awareness and relationship skills, and the way that we build community and relationships with others and relate and collaborate and communicate. And then really that last puzzle, that pie piece is around sort of the way that we connect to the larger, broader systems, and the way that we analyze situations, make responsible decisions that are safe, that are just, that are equitable, and that includes everyone in the system that we're engaged with. And then we also want to share that SEL is research-based, right? Everything that we are talking about has evidence behind it. And in research, we know that when SEL is implemented with fidelity and with intentionality and purpose, that there is improvement in pro-social behavior, that it lowers conduct and student behavior, that it also lowers emotional distress, as well as the explicit teaching of SEL also supports to improve academic gains. So how does this look, and what does this look like in school? So I'll talk a little bit about sort of the before the pandemic, and then I'll move into what is needed now to amplify social emotional learning as we go forward. So before the pandemic, the way that we looked at social emotional learning, and really the work that we've been doing with the CDI district, is around really grounding SEL in this idea of adults and the ways in which adults are showing up with the mindsets and the belief systems that all students can learn and all students can thrive, and that really we're building those positive relationships as well as positive communities to connect our students to each other, as well as to connect our students to the content through explicit integration of SEL into content, as well as standalone SEL development lessons, because ultimately the goal is to get our students to move from being dependent learners to independent learners who can see themselves in the work that they do, having the skills and agency to be successful in school and to accessing high quality academic learning. And these are just the different ways that folks can make sense of what goes where and why SEL is important. We also talk about this idea of foundational SEL being the way that adults establish, maintain, and restore relationships. As a former colleague of mine calls the approach to how we store up learning relationships so that we can restore to. I think we talk a lot about restorative justice and restorative practices. And the question is always, what are you restoring to if you haven't built up those strong foundational relationships and the strength and community with your students and with your peers and colleagues? So connecting to students so that they know that you care will really help them to connect to the classroom community and certainly to the content that you are teaching. We also talked about SEL as a way to support high quality instruction. So specifically, when we think about inclusive classrooms where all students' learning styles are honored, valued, and welcomed, we think about ways that we can apply UDL or Universal Design for Learning. And so planning for UDL with SEL in mind really supports learner variability and engages all of our students to be successful with the strengths that they already have. And what I say is, if we can plan in our classrooms, in our schools, for this, our students who are our most vulnerable students, then we will capture everyone else along the way. And I had a video. I'm not going to play it today. I am more than happy to share this video, but it's really just a reiteration of the different pieces and parts that I just shared about what social emotional learning looks like in action in a school district. And this video was done to showcase the SEL work in Sac City Unified School District.
Director Lee?
Yes.
You're not going to show the video?
I'm not sure we're going to have time today. It's about a 7-minute video. I'm happy to. I was told I had 45 minutes. I can show the video if it's helpful.
Well, my question was going to be actually seeing the SEL in action, in real time, in real life. So I don't know. If you have time, I would like to see the video.
You know what? I can show the video. Why don't we do that?
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
Social emotional learning is a process by which children and adults learn skills to get along better, to collaborate, to be more self-aware.
Who would like to start the circle for us? Anthony.
Today I feel happy.
Today I feel overjoyed.
Today I feel in between. Today I feel happy.
SEL is about our relationships and our interactions with each other. I think it's mostly present in our communication and how we problem solve and resolve challenges together as a community.
In my opinion, I think that boys and girls are equal because...
I want to introduce to you guys what self-management is. So I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to pose you guys a question. What do you think self-management means to you?
This is like self-control, the decisions you choose to make.
So the 5 competencies we use are based on CASEL, and it's self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, responsible decision-making, and healthy relationship skills.
So today our topic for self-management is resilience. So tell me what you guys feel being resilient means.
Bouncing back from defeats and challenges.
Awesome, that's a really good definition.
There needs to be a certain environment in the classroom. Any teacher will attest to this, so you reach higher levels of learning. And I feel like it's important because it doesn't make young people check their humanity at the door. First question, why do people tease each other?
I think people do it because they want attention and they want to feel like that they're better than everyone, and then they don't know that what they're doing is like hurting someone.
And so today you saw in our community circle in a junior class was questions that get to the root of the issue but don't place specific blame. And everybody shares, no one interrupts each other, and it really, over time, it really helps students to speak up what's really on their heart.
I feel like before, some people try to bring me down today, but it ain't working, and I feel good.
What's his name? And how is Maud feeling in this picture right here? Araya?
She's feeling bad.
What could you say? You see your friend starting to feel like Ahmad is, and he's clenching his fists, and he's putting his arms across his chest, and his face is making that angry face. What are you going to say to your friend? Juliana?
I would say, what happened? Are you okay?
So the assumption is that our students walk into a classroom already having those key foundational social emotional learning skills. The reality is that our kids come from a broad range of backgrounds and experiences. And so it is up to us to build that, to help them nurture some of those skills, and also to help them build that sense of community.
When we do the fishbowl or our community circle, I think that we have some say in things because a lot of times kids are pushed away, and we also are worried about how other people feel about things.
So just understanding that we're here to support them. We're not here to punish them. We're here to correct them. We're here to love them and move them on to the next level with as much of the academic and character skills we can possibly build in each and every one of our kids.
There's so many resources out there, but if you haven't been taught to go seek those resources, then you're just gonna go just stroll through life and not ever get the help that you need. And everyone needs help.
If they need a hand, most of the teachers here, I know, will help.
It's a common and shared language across the school. Kids come to school with different backgrounds, different ideas about how behavior should look on campus, but it also helps kids problem solve, have language with each other on how to work through, day-to-day situations that arise so that they can, build those skills and move forward into high school and beyond.
We can really help to nurture and build our students leaving Sac City with key skills to be successful in the classroom, to be successful in college and life and wherever they may go. All right, well, I'm glad I showed that video. I'd forgotten how amazing our staff and students are. So I'll shift into during the pandemic and beyond, what is needed for social emotional learning moving forward. And what I want to say is, while the pandemic has greatly impacted all of us, SEL is more than a crisis to the pandemic, as you just saw the value and importance of SEL even before the pandemic. So I do want to underscore that this isn't a crisis response approach, as it is the response approach for creating thriving communities, connected relationships, and really leveraging SEL as those equitable levers. But we also know that the pandemic has amplified the importance and value of relationships, and certainly has deepened the educational gap for many of our students. So what we need is to think about a new normal, as opposed to what I've heard some say, let's quickly return to normal, because a new normal can challenge us to be better, to be innovative, to lead with equity in mind, and to truly center the human beings that are in front of us before the content. So in thinking about what is needed now, as well as to move forward, we need to think about whole child education in a whole new way, really braiding SEL and equity as a path forward together, providing universal supports for all students with explicit SEL, and weaving in mental health literacy as part of that foundational support. Students need to know that how they're feeling, whatever those feelings might be, are perfectly normal, and that healing is possible, and that it will require a collective effort and whole systems support. Students will need adults to show up in the very, very best way they can in order to build stronger relationships, stronger communities, and to approach students with a trauma-informed lens, and to use restorative language such as, what has happened and how can I help, versus, why did you do that, and stop that. Students and adults will need to have access to mental health resources and support, because as much as we love SEL, we should not conflate SEL with mental health, where trained professionals, mental health professionals, are needed to provide specific support for both our students as well as our adults. With that said, yes, we will still need our adults to show up and to continue to deepen and build and establish those wonderful relationships, to maintain those relationships throughout the year, and certainly to restore those relationships with intentionality and purpose. Relationships are critically important so that we can stay attuned to the diverse needs that our students have,
and attend to the variety of ways that students may show up. I often get asked a lot about a universal screener for SEL. And what I would say that having a strong teacher-student relationship is the biggest and best SEL screener you will need. Because if you know a student, you can gauge when they are a little off, and you can be proactive in providing the necessary supports that they will need. Adult relationships are one of the best protective factors for our students right now and will continue to be needed in the future moving forward. So with that said, classroom practices will also need to be, again, I keep using the word intentionality and explicitness because I think that with social emotional learning, we have to be really intentional in the way that we design learning in classroom spaces, constantly calibrating the way that we are taking care of ourselves as adults so that we can show up to take care of the community of learners in front of us. And so we will need our schools, our staff, our system to prioritize what the experts at the Turnaround for Children Center call the new 3 Rs. So really establishing healing center practices around routines, resilience, and relationships. So what does this look like? You heard me say at the beginning that one of the learning points that we as a CDI really lifted up in our learning journey with CASEL is the value and importance of adult SEL. And so I will say that SEL really actually starts with the adults and how they show up, how they design learning, how they create those optimal conditions to welcome our students into classroom spaces each and every day. Because as we know, a dysregulated body cannot co-regulate with our students. So adults will also need to practice their own self-regulation and be explicit about modeling SEL in order to show up in the very best way to take care of their students and to support their peers and colleagues. We will also need in classroom spaces for teachers, for schools to establish daily routines, such as check-ins, like an emotion check-in. You saw that in the video, a classroom circle where they were checking in about how they were feeling. Routines can communicate predictability and certainly support safety for our students as they return to school. And regularly checking in with students will not only support their emotional literacy, important tenet for SEL, but also provide insights into how our students are showing up and perhaps followed up opportunities to support our students. Regular community building also strengthens relationships and connections, lowering any negative affect that students, adults can walk into any space that can impede learning and teaching. And regular community building can help to nurture that culture of care for all in the community. Again, if students are connected to each other, they are better able to empathize and communicate and collaborate, lowering tension and friction in the community. Nurturing resilience through regular brain breaks to support engagement and focus. What this can look like can be potential for mindfulness practices. It could be potential for a mindful breathe, move, rest moment as part of your daily routine. Again, to nurture those skills that are critically important to maintain resilience as we navigate through challenging situations. Most importantly, integrating SEL into academics. SEL is not just a lesson on a Monday morning at 9 a.m. that you leave behind on Tuesday through Friday. It needs to be the DNA in the classroom every minute of every day. So in addition to explicitly developing skills through teaching those lessons, we need to also be creating collaborative opportunities for our students to practice and apply those skills in academic content, as well as creating regular rhythms and routines for reflecting on content, as well as SEL skills each and every day. And last, but certainly not least, as I've said previously, leveraging SEL as a pathway toward equity by promoting the expressions of identity, agency, and belonging in the classroom. Because we know students who see themselves in the lessons, in the classroom space, in the community, will be more connected, more interested, and more engaged in the content, again, as well as in the classroom community. And so it's really important that we really think about this idea of practicing transformative SEL as a way to support, again, deepening that sense of relationship, routine, and resiliency as we move forward in our work with SEL. So with that said, I'm going to move towards talking about a promising project that is going to be really supportive and helpful for the state of social emotional learning in California. And the outlook is promising. So we are currently engaged in a collective effort with a variety of partners to promote the promise of social and emotional learning and providing statewide support to all of our 6 million plus students across the state. So we have a project that we are working with the California CalHope project, along with Orange County Office of Education through their MTSS efforts, through supports and grant from the DHCS, and certainly in partnerships with UC Berkeley and the Greater Good Science Center to provide both implementation support as well as content support for our capacity builders across our system. And when I say capacity builders, I'm talking about the ways in which we are engaging all 58 county offices of education, really building their capacity to support their local districts and coordinating efforts to support SEL implementation at their school sites and in their local regions. So all 58 COEs have been engaging in monthly community practices since last year to deepen their capacity as I said, capacity builders, and so that they are positioned to impact their districts and their schools by facilitating regional SEL communities of practices and deepening the implementation of SEL practices across their region and across the state of California, again, with the potential to impact all California students statewide. So this is a very big undertaking and a big project, but we are very excited, and we are funded for the next 2 years to, again, really build structures and to support our folks to take the learnings that they're engaging with us in and to really begin to impact and expand so that all students, all adults are getting what they need to truly thrive and feel a sense of connection and a sense of collective impact in the work that they do. So with that said, I want to thank you for your time and your engagement this morning. It truly has been a pleasure for me to be here in the space with you. And look at that, we've got about 5 minutes for some questions if folks have some questions or anything else that you would like for me to speak to. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director Lee, for your detailed work. Seeing your videos and pictures of actual students and staff helped to reinforce the importance of social emotional learning, at least for me. So thank you for that. I am now going to open the floor for commissioners to pose their comments and questions.
And Commissioner Winlock has a question.
Miley, first of all, I want to thank you for your work that you have been doing in social emotional learning for the number of years that you've been involved in this. We have seen the impact of what your work has done, and I was just going to say in Sac City School District, I've experienced being in your schools in Sac City, feeling that what social emotional learning actually does. And I'm just so excited. One, just Maylee has joined the Sacramento County Office of Education, and which she shared, and I'm one of her colleagues that are there. But we're just so excited about you being able to move your work that you've done to the region and the state in some ways that will really help in that. So thank you for that. My question is, as you pointed out the issue about what social-emotional looks like for our students, for our kids, you know, I wanted if you can give some areas that you believe for adults as we talk about. You know, one of the things that I've been looking at is how do we make sure that social emotional learning is happening for our adults, you know, incorporating some of the same practices, like the issue about checking in. That needs to happen with adults, not just to say good morning, but really checking in with them about how they're doing, what's a part, and how we structure it. So what other areas, as we talk about supporting our teachers and leaders and all those kinds of things, that you would recommend that we incorporate into our work in supporting our teachers and leaders?
Thank you, Steve. And thank you so much for asking that question. I think that is a really important question that we haven't really paid a whole lot of attention to. You know, I think we talk a lot about, you know, resources and supports by way of, you know, internal infrastructures like EAP, right, which is really important. But I think the word that lately I've really been thinking about is around intentionality and purpose and explicit intent to really get at the true supports that our folks need. And certainly to your question about adults, I think as systems, we have to remember that our adults are carrying a lot. And so what that means is on a regular basis, whether we're in a staff meeting, whether we're in a department meeting, whether it is a memo that is being communicated out to our staff, that we first position every introduction, every welcoming activity around making sure that we're also checking in, one, that's critically important, but also that we're giving adults opportunities to collaborate and to engage and to check in with each other, and that we're providing real resources on site, as well as certainly EAP resources, but real resources on site. So as we talk about putting mental health clinicians at school sites to serve our students and our families, we also need to extend those services to our adults. And I would also even go so far as to say that as a public educational entity, that we're also creating healing spaces and opportunities for adults to come together and talk about whatever crisis of the moment is, or just to check in and have a regular place to process and connect with other educators, with other adults, so that folks aren't feeling like they are alone, right? We talk about social emotional learning being about the social aspect, and yet we don't often create structures that enable our adults to come together and just talk about what it means to be a human being in this current situation, what it means to struggle through this situation as we're also attending to our students, our families, and also on a personal level, how we're attending to our own personal care and our own families. So it is complex, but I think what I would encourage us to think about around innovation and being creative is, what are we setting up at our school sites, in our districts, places whether it's a physical calming room that our adults can go to, or creating structures, regular rhythms and structures that enable our adults to come together and just share and connect, again, to know that they are not alone in however they might be feeling or experiencing current situations.
Thank you. Commissioner Topalian.
Thank you. Again, thank you so much for your work. Social emotional learning is something we talk about in the Mental Health Committee as well. And I think to your point of where the educators really need this at this point, because there's a lot of burnout and we feel it. I mean, there needs to be something there, the opportunity, plus it starts from the top to the bottom. If the space is not given to them to feel safe or to be able to do what they need to do, then I think it's just we're rushing everything. For example, during the pandemic, I connected more, and I was telling Commissioner Ruiz with my psychologists, because I had that safe space. I would meet with them, and then they would be able to talk about social emotional. But however, going back, we've been just rush, and there hasn't been a time that we could just have that moment to be able to do it, because they have to get to an assessment. They have to meet these deadlines. So I think providing the opportunity plus the space plus the time would be beneficial overall. Thank you.
Absolutely. And what you just said about starting at the top, so the words that I would use is from the boardroom to the classroom, right? If we're expecting social emotional learning to be implemented and embedded into our daily rhythms in classrooms, then we need to be doing this at the board level. We need to be doing this at the superintendent cabinet level. We need to be modeling, and we need to be creating those spaces so that folks know that they are cared for. And we need to be modeling, for example, in a principals meeting. The very first thing that we should do before we go into content or whatever is on the agenda is creating that time. And yes, it does take time, but creating that time for folks to check in, to talk to each other, and just to amplify what they need in that particular moment. Just creating that regular rhythm of welcoming people into space by bringing their full humanity into that space, I believe will greatly accelerate the other agenda items or contents that we need to talk about. But you're absolutely right, it really does start at the top.
Commissioner Sorter.
I'm very grateful that you showed that video, very powerful. Hearing the students articulate their feelings. However, when students go home, they don't necessarily have the same communication styles in the home setting. So for Sacramento County Office of Education, what kind of parent trainings are you doing around SEL?
So this is week 7 for me in SCOE. So we are having some of those conversations. I can tell you that in my previous position and working at the district, we worked very closely with our family and community engagement partners to develop modules that they can deliver out at school sites with families, co-constructing and co-developing online during distance learning, online modules and videos to support our families, creating slide decks in multiple languages that our school sites can send out to our families so that they also have access to the language and the strategies that we are teaching our students. And so they can reinforce those particular strategies at home. But I think what you're saying is really important. And if you recall that castle, sort of the rings, that social emotional learning doesn't occur just in schools, that it is a whole systems, sort of arms wrapped around the community, and that includes families and community. And so that's really important that we're all speaking the same language, we're all accessing the same strategies, and certainly from the lens of equity, that we are providing access to all of our families in a way that they also can utilize those same strategies.
Commissioner Andres.
Thank you. Can you hear me good? Okay. So first of all, thank you. I'm really interested in next steps in your scaling up model. So you have the 2 years that where you're funded. And what are the plans for bringing in administrators and doing some very specific training? Because I'm going to piggyback on Janine and say it is a top-down situation. And if administrators are not being very intentional about not just modeling it, but making a space and setting an expectation, then it's going to be a lot harder for teachers to do that with all the other competing pressures they have. So I'm just curious if you could be very specific in what that plan might look like.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So as with any scale up, we have to be really intentional in the design. And so that we can learn from what works and what doesn't work on a smaller scale before we think about scaling up. And so the work with all 58 county offices of education right now, again, one is we're building their capacity to sort of build that common language around SEL, and then creating some common approaches around implementation. And the idea is that to start, each county will select anywhere from 3 to 8 what we're calling focus schools, and working alongside with the districts that support those schools to coordinate efforts to support those schools to go to scale at those school sites, and really leveraging those focus sites to learn the ways in which we're coordinating efforts from, again, the county to the districts to the school sites, and to learn what is helpful, what isn't helpful, how can we really work in tandem and with each other to best support our schools so that the resources, the practices are being embedded, integrated, and implemented in the classroom level. And so the idea is to really hone in with each COE, with a small group of focus schools, to use that as opportunities to learn, and then eventually to take that to scale. And really the funding is to provide that learning opportunity and to plant that seed so that funding or no funding in the future, that we have the strategies, that we have the capacity builders in the house who are ready to continue to add on and to scale up across their region. And we are working with the UC Berkeley folks to do the evaluation pieces so that we can learn from that. And again, as we think about a scale up opportunity. So yeah, lots of different ways that folks are really thinking about this. Of course, as we work with some of our regional, our rural regions, they're looking at more than just their 3 to 8 schools, right? If there's a rural region that has 10, we're saying by all means, implement it across all 10 of your schools, if that makes sense for you. So that's kind of what we're looking at in terms of beginning to really build that coordinated effort and capacity so that we can start to strategize about scale up strategy down the line.
Commissioner Hayes-White and then Commissioner Winlock.
So as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about all the buzzwords, SEL, staff, top-down, boardroom, and I just can't help to think about the tragic incident that occurred in Orange County and how much SEL is so important right now and across the state. So I think we should have more SEL talks, especially for, this time in our culture. So I just wanted to say that.
Meili, I'm loving the issue about how you're scaling up and looking at, focus schools within the school district and the implementation. One suggestion I would have is you're implementing SEL, and we're looking at from the concept of student learning and those kinds of things. Let's include the adult part of SEL at those focus schools as you're looking at, so that it's a whole approach to looking at SEL, not only from the students' curriculum, but also the issue about the adults that are delivering and being involved in the SEL, but they're also being supported too. But it was just one suggestion.
And I would add I'm sorry, but I would add to that you include the parents as well.
Yes.
Thank you for that. And absolutely 100% agree that it's a whole systems design. And so adult SEL, certainly inclusive of families and caretakers, will be really important in our path going forward. So we'll note that for sure and know that that is an important part of the work going forward. So thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing more from the commissioners, we can move to public comment, please.
We have no call-ins.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Director Lee. All right, commissioners, we are going to move right on into action item number 3, Grazer Outstanding Achievement and Learning Award. First, we are going to hear from Commissioner Andres, who is covering for Goal Award Chair Oyakawa. Commissioner Andres will share the purpose of the Goal Award and an update regarding the 2022 award year. Secondly, we are going to discuss and take action regarding the award amount for the final remaining funds. Commissioner Andres, I turn over the mic to you.
Thank you. So the Goal Award stands for the Grazer Outstanding Achievement in Learning. And the purpose of the award is to recognize innovation and innovation that is replicable and sustainable in schools in an established program that shows effectiveness over time. This year, we did not have enough applicants that met that standard for us to feel confident in awarding the Goal Award this year. So we're going to ask that going forward, that any applicants from this year consider resubmitting next year, and any previous applicants, please consider resubmitting. If you weren't selected perhaps like last year and your program is still going strong and you want to share again, please, we welcome that. I know it's been a super tough year for a lot of schools, and so it's possible that some of that just got moved to the back burner, and we understand. So we want to give people time and space to really share what they're doing that's innovative and replicable so that all schools can benefit.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Andres. All right, commissioners, here. Oh, Commissioner Tostin.
Just a quick question, and I know you're filling in Commissioner Andres, but is there anything that we might consider how we promote the Goal Award next year or communicate differently?
Yeah, I was sharing that in our meeting early in the morning, that perhaps there's a way we can just review our materials that go out and see if we need to be more specific, or perhaps maybe just highlight some of our previous winners so we can give some examples of what we're looking for. Something that might guide people and also help them to identify that, yes, their program would be something that we would consider awarding. So that would be helpful. Thank you.
Should we make a decision about what the award amount will be as a part of the advertisement? Because in some ways that might prompt some of our people to apply.
I agree. Money is very encouraging.
So during our day 2 meetings, when we get back to that, we can start doing what Commissioner Tossin and you have proposed. Okay, so now let's talk about item number 2 within item number 3. So here is our charge. We must figure out how we would like to award the remaining funds of $14,600. Write that down, $14,600. Do we A, keep the award amount at $5,000, which means the award would run for 3 additional years? For 2023, the award amount would be $5,000. For 2024, the award amount would be $5,000. For 2025, the award amount will be $4,600. That's option A. Or option B, do we extend the amount across 7 years at $2,085 per year per awardee? So, commissioners, let's unpack these two options. And I know Commissioner Winlock had an idea. So, what say you? I'm going to open the floor.
I'm just going to say, can we have an option 3 where we're actively seeking additional funds? I mean, that I think would be helpful to consider also.
Well, that is a whole nother process. So, you want me to say the two options again? All right. Option A, do we keep the award amount? Let me start over. The remaining funds is $14,600 for the goal award account. Option A, do we keep the award amount at $5,000? Which means the award would run for 3 more years. 2023 at $5,000, 2024 at $5,000, 2025 at $4,600. Or do we want to keep the award going, reduce the amount, and extend it across 7 years? And I just split it up. $2,085 per year per awardee. These are two options. Commissioners, let's unpack this. What say you? Commissioner Winlock, you may go.
I just believe that option B, where we're looking at 7 years, is really important. One of the reasons why the award was set up was so that we could recognize throughout this state constantly of some of the outstanding programs and hopefully the models. I just think that we should continue that as long as we can in recognizing those. And I believe that $2,000 given to a program it's not $1 million, but it is an incentive in the sense about saying, we recognize you. Here's $2,000 to let you know we recognize the work that you've been doing. So I would advocate for option B.
In the past, we've invited the goal recipient to attend the commission. And just for clarification, the cost for transportation, is that taken out of that pot of money, or is that a separate pot of money?
Venetia, I'm not sure how that was done previously.
It's been up to the awardees. They can either use the funding to travel or they can put it towards their program.
I think now that we have a hybrid model, I think we could, have it like we had it today, and so they can have the total amount. That's just my opinion.
In agreement, and I just wanted to make sure we knew all of the costs that would be associated with a pot of money. And we've had the conversation several times about the opportunity we have to solicit additional funds and additionally potential additional funders. And so if any of you are listening and would like to contribute, the email is hcalamise@cde.ca.gov. And while I agree with Commissioner Winlock about the importance of looking out and maintaining the award, I also don't want us to lose focus on the need to recruit additional funders potentially so that we can keep this work going, but also $2,000 is not $1 million, and it is a nice recognition, but typically programs that are innovative and are in startup mode can benefit from resources. And so if there were funders or if we had funds available that would allow for recognition, but also a small shot in the arm or a booster for the program, I'd certainly be supportive of that as well.
I also would build into our practice that the award winners would be virtual, that we would make sure, and we just say that that's the way that we're going to always do that, because we're talking about people up and down the state, and I think putting that, extra cost to them isn't. And plus, we've learned from COVID that we can do distance learning. We can do virtual appearance. Let's make that one of the processes that's involved in this, so they don't feel that that's one that will deter whether they would apply or not.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Not to get complicated, but maybe there's a way to split the difference and extend the award for 5 years and choose an amount like $2,500 with a commitment to reach out and recruit a new sponsor for subsequent years after 5 years.
I'm going to say that $2,500 seems like a little bit more money. It just feels a little more substantial. So I think that's a great idea, while still sharing that we want to go for 5 years with the, hope that we can find some more money to go longer. That would be wonderful. And I don't know the ins and outs of the Grazer Foundation, and they were the ones who gave us if we could go back there and have another conversation, that would be a good starting point. But I do think we need to be intentional about that. Is that a separate item that we need to vote on, Vanya?
Commissioner Hamilton, can you restate that option, please?
And it doesn't have to be exactly this, but I was thinking if we could split the difference, $2,500 would allow us to get to 5 years with a commitment to continue outreach to recruit a sponsor, because we do intend for the award to continue, or hope for it to.
Commissioner Estes?
I just looking at the total, I think our first option was $5,000 for 3 years, which would be $15,000. So if we did $3,000 for 5 years, isn't that the same amount? Did I hear that wrong?
I said $4,600 for the 3rd year.
Okay, so whatever that difference is exactly, and it's somewhere between $2,500 and $3,000, right? I don't know. I'm not a mathematician, but it's somewhere.
It's $2,920 for 5 years.
$2,920. Thank you. Why do I feel like I'm on like The Price is Right now?
So I guess my overall question is, do you want to keep the amount at $5,000, or are we in the business of extending the award across years? I mean, what's everybody's consent on that, or thoughts?
I don't know. I would make a motion that we modify the gold award to distribute the funds at $2,920 for the next 5 years, with a commitment from commissioners to seek alternative funding to replenish the pot.
I second.
Wait. What's the amount again?
$2,920.
$2,920.
Yes.
Over 5 years.
For 5 years.
Is there a second?
I second the motion to.
Go ahead, Topalian. Say that again.
$2,920. I just wanted to say that.
Is there any discussion? Michelle, can you please facilitate a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Adler?
Aye.
Commissioner Andres?
Yes.
Commissioner Estes?
Yes.
Commissioner Gill?
Aye.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Chair Hayes White?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Notch?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Aye.
Commissioner Sorter?
Aye.
Commissioner Topalian?
Aye.
Commissioner Tostin?
Yes.
And Commissioner Winlock?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you, guys. So we have the goal award over 5 years at $2,920 per awardee. All right, are there any public comments at this time?
We have none.
All right, hearing none.
Wait, Commissioner Winlock?
I would like to donate $400 to the Glazer Fund to make it an even $3,000 that we would give over the next 5 years. So I don't know how, can I do that? Well, okay. So can we make a donation to the Glazer Fund?
We'd have to look into that.
All right. Let us know. All right. Thank you.
Well, you won't be voting in the future since this is the end for your term. So maybe once he's a private citizen.
All right, so hearing no further comments at this time, we are now going to go into our scheduled 60-minute lunch break. We are now going to break at 12:11, and let's come back at 1:15, okay? All right. See you here at 1:11 for 1:15. All right. Welcome back, Commissioners. I hope you had a healthy, lovely lunch. We are going to go right into item number 4, Early Education Division Update. An overview regarding engagement opportunities, initiatives, budget, and current programs will be provided. Presented by CDE Education Administrator Sheila Self and our very own Director Heather Calamise. Welcome, ladies. Are you here? Are you ready? Is Sheila Self? All right. I now turn over the mic to you.
Learning. Oh, and there is the mic power. Thank you. Multilingual Support Division and Nutrition Services. So 5 divisions in that. And I'm going to start off the presentation because actually our universal pre-K update is not just early ed. We really think of it as transforming California's schools, and it lives across our opportunities for all branch because of the children it supports and the families it supports. So I will do my very best. That's why I said having me try to do the PowerPoint and set it up was not a good idea. It will show my weaknesses. All right, so as we get started, this is going to be a tri-way conversation before you. So I will speak some, Heather Calamise, the Director of Special Education, will speak, and then Sheila Self, who is one of our administrators in the Early Education Division, will speak. This is sort of our motto for our CDE early childhood work, Everyone Belongs, and really trying to encompass as we move across universal pre-K being fully launched in California, that is front and center and part of what we are all doing together to make sure that every child and family feels like they can belong and participate in our UPK program. And I will explain a little bit about what UPK in California is. So as we look at why we are here, and this is great because I have to do 2 of these at once. I really want to acknowledge what happened in our 2021 state budget. You've probably had updates. I think later today you're going to have Department of Finance coming over to do the new ones for the January proposals that we hope to still see continue in the May revise. But in our current year budget, there were historic investments across the board that really looked at areas in California that needed additional support and needed to help come together in an integrated fashion to transform our schools. They don't trust me. They took the little clicker away. There you go. It's all of us on board. So as we look at the transforming schools and our state superintendent there, Tony Thurmond, there are key pieces. And you'll see that universal preschool is one of those. So in addition to the fact that we're going to be moving forward with universal pre-K, community schools, professional development, our expanded learning opportunities program, which becomes nearly universal for TK through 6th grade, and we will have universal meals, the first state to move forward with universal meals for all of our kids in all of our schools, truly. It is phenomenal and a huge equity issue that California is leading the way on. We see so many opportunities in looking at the California that is of today in this transformation opportunity. We need a different type of school. We need a different type of educational system. Families have been saying this. So being able to start earlier with UPK, being able to wrap around and have early morning, after school, intersession areas covered with really rich program pieces. And going back to your social emotional one that you had earlier today, there's a lot in our expanded learning programs that really focuses on SEL. So having that available for TK through 6th grade really wraps around education. And then looking at this huge, nearly $3 billion investment in community schools. And what does that mean as you really look at the social, emotional, and climate that our schools need and the connections to health and mental health across their communities. All right, I think, Heather, are you taking this one? I think it's a tag.
Thank you, Sarah. And so in terms of our call to action here, in California, we want to make sure that we ensure every child has access to this kind of early learning opportunity and is aligned with a pre-K through 3 system, and it's long overdue. Next slide. California has amongst the largest achievement gaps in the country, and research shows that they're present before children enter kindergarten. You can stay on the same slide here. And the student achievement gap actually already exists when children enter school. The research consistently shows that some children enter kindergarten much less prepared than their same age peers. And when young children do not get access to those early learning opportunities, again, too many young children with disabilities are educated in settings that are separate from their peers. And we know that children of color, and especially boys, are more likely to experience suspension, expulsion in preschool and our early elementary grades as well. Next slide. So one of the biggest reasons we are all here today is because we know early education matters. Research has shown that if implemented with high quality preschool not only better prepares students for kindergarten and closes that gap in achievement, but it further reduces the likelihood of suspensions, expulsions, and increases the likelihood of college attendance, positive health outcomes, and just overall improved life outcomes over time as well. And I think the key word here to underscore is high quality, is that we want to ensure, again, that children are having access to the best possible supports across the state as well. At CDE, we want to support educators and programs to provide that, the kind of an intentional, differentiated instruction that children need through play-based, joyful, developmentally informed activities and nurturing learning environments. We know that supportive teacher-child relationships are absolutely essential in providing these opportunities, which particularly are critical and most impactful for our at-promise children. In situations where there's toxic stress is likely, intervening early as possible is critical to achieving the improved outcomes for our students. And first of all, the brain science shows that 90% of a child's brain growth happens by 5 years old. Research also shows that early intervention is more effective in terms of cost and health, preventative versus sort of later remediation. And we also know that preschool prepares children for school and kindergarten, and that the preschool has long-term impacts on school progress, graduation, and future life outcomes. And again, you just want to underscore here that preschool has enduring benefits that do not diminish over time. Next slide. There we go. Yep, sorry. Not all preschool programs are created equal, and we know that the quality of early learning experiences that children receive matters. And that starts with teachers and administrators. Research finds that preschool programs that demonstrate the strongest and most persistent positive effects employ well-qualified educators and pay them a livable wage commensurate with their experience and importance of their work. They need to use developmentally informed program. Curricular choice and fidelity of implementation is key. Research suggests that specific curricula that have been marketed to programs as able to do it all are actually not linked to child outcomes. Domain-specific curricula that focuses on literacy or math, for example, have a much stronger evidence of effectiveness. And they provide adequate learning time for students. Full-day programs that offer 2 years or more of learning opportunities. And in this, we want to stress that mealtime is learning time for young children as well. It supports relationship building. Children get to sort of generalize those skills that they're learning in the classroom with their peers, with support. And again, provides or actually needs adequate sort of time and planning to ensure that those opportunities are there as well. School environments are also critical. Young children need scaffolded, intentional instruction that is embedded into playful activities that are developmentally informed and environments designed to sustain and nourish a child's natural curiosity and passion for learning. Programs should also set clear expectations for educators' knowledge and skills and support teachers to reach those expectations and establish mechanisms for ongoing programmatic development. And I'll end with how critical our preschool through third grade alignment across curriculum, instruction, and assessments and professional learning is to ensure the boost provided by high-quality pre-K is maintained and sustained over the next, in the coming grades beyond that as well. And then the transition to quality of the early elementary grades is critical in accelerating a child's development rather than just contributing to the disengagement, perhaps, that a child may experience in school-age years. And finally, yep, one more. There we go. And California knows that early education matters, and so we have a lengthy history of robust partnerships that support children from birth through age 8 and their families. And so California is ready to build upon and extend the master plan for early learning and care by focusing on an educational system to ensure that our policymakers, our leaders, our teachers, and our staff are equipped and supported to enact the state's early learning goals. 2, that we leverage the state's historic investments in universal preschool, and that there also is an urgency to accelerate our education system's response to the disruption of the COVID-19 pandemic by providing flexible fuel to local communities' capacity to support young children and their families, building off their inherent strengths and assets to develop a stronger resiliency and to better address the whole child education. And then finally, that we have, I think, the motivation to align the programs and services administered by our education system so that they in turn can be more readily aligned to the comprehensive systems of agencies and organizations and programs that serve infants and toddlers and preschool and youth. And now I'll hand it over to Sheila Self.
So nice to be in front of this austere group today. There is a lot going on in the early education space, and so with our next slide, we want to have a discussion about kind of what is universal pre-kindergarten, what is contained within that, and what impacts would we be experiencing. So what is UPK? There's been so much interest in the new emerging structure of the early learning space. So take a deeper dive. Universal pre-kindergarten stands sorry. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're live, not virtual. Okay, this is different. Thank you. So universal preschool is something that will be fully implemented within the 2025-26 school year. And it will exist for all 4-year-old children in California. And a lot of people think that universal transitional kindergarten and universal pre-kindergarten is the same thing, but in fact, it's not. So you can see by the graphic that we have here that we want to make sure and clarify what is contained within the overarching notion of universal preschool. So universal pre-K includes transitional kindergarten, Head Start, California state preschool programs, private providers. So it's a whole mixed delivery system that is available through this. UTK is a part of UPK, but it's not the only part. Along with other pre-kindergarten programs that will be serving 3- and 4-year-old children, including, as mentioned, the Head Start, subsidized programs that operate preschools by community-based organization, family child care, and private preschool are all part of the UPK system. Expanded learning opportunity programs that will help those TK through 6th grade to full-day program aligned with needs that meet parents. As part of UPK, we want to ensure families have a meaningful choice of programs that can support the needs of their children and equitable access to these opportunities. Universal, as mentioned, means that by 25-26, regardless of background, race, zip code, immigration status, income level, every child will have access to quality learning experience the year before kindergarten. Statute is very clear that families with 4-year-old children will have choice. So if you have a situation where your 2-year-old and your 4-year-old is in a private center, that's your choice to keep your children enrolled there. So it is not a forced choice, it's a parent choice. So, statute is also very clear that LEAs must plan for universal pre-kindergarten, including thinking through ways that UPK can be provided beyond TK and how UPK can be made into a full-day program. That's why the CDE is using the term UPK, since just planning TK will not address all the areas where LEAs are being asked to plan under state law. We'll talk more about this a little bit later in another section. As we think about universal pre-kindergarten implementation, we also want districts to think about which is overarching work that the CDE is leading to support LEAs, to connect the work that they're doing across UPK, kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade, so that there is a seamless continuum for students during the early years in the educational system. The preschool to grade 3, P3, also focuses on aligning developmentally informed best practices. So as you're planning for TK expansion and maybe CSPP, state preschool expansion, you're looking at curriculum across all these early stages and grades, and you're engaging your pre-K and kindergarten teachers in professional development together and supporting transitions of children between all the grades mentioned. So how do transitional kindergarten, UPK, and the P3 alignment work together? This graphic gives a really good illustration of what's encompassed within that preschool to grade 3 initiative. TK is an integral program in the mixed delivery system for achieving universal pre-kindergarten. It's also the only program that must serve any 4-year-old child that chooses to enroll. UPK is the mixed delivery system of UTK, state preschool, Head Start, expanded learning, private early learning and care providers that we talked about in the last slide. As we discussed, it provides every 4-year-old with access to high-quality learning the year before kindergarten. As you see represented, P3 is the overarching work that CDE is leading to support LEAs as they connect to the early childhood system across these grades from UTK, CSPP through grade 3. So what does P3 alignment mean? As a framework for the National P3 Center, preschool to grade 3 alignment includes both horizontal and vertical alignment that helps coordinate and connect efforts across the early learning and care system up through the K-12 system. We know that seamless transitions that intentionally build upon children's skills is important in order to close the opportunity gap. Children who experience high-quality learning opportunities will have impact on the achievement gaps we see in the 3rd grade standardized testing. Okay. So, with the investment in early education, the CDE has also launched a preschool to grade 3 initiative to align the efforts and provide developmentally informed supports for young children. Under the initiative, the CDE's vision for preschool to grade 3 is to meet the goals you see on this slide. Give children a strong start through equitable access to effectively early education programs. Focus on pre-K to 3rd grade educators to ensure schools, teachers, and staff are prepared and supported to guide every child's social, emotional, and academic development through inclusive, joyful, and culturally and linguistically affirming programs from pre-K to grade 3. We want to be able to equip leaders from the county level to the school level with a deep knowledge and understanding of early education and the organizational strategies that support meaningful alignment. Additionally, empower and support families as children's first and most important teachers. Bolster resources and opportunities for families in community programs and schools, and empower families as valued, supported, and well-informed partners. Doing this work in an intentional and aligned way helps ensure the incredible early investments in it will carry through academic careers of all children using this preschool to grade 3 approach. Teacher readiness and training in universal preschool to grade 3 will be necessary and essential. The goal is to ensure all young children have access to high-quality, inclusive, multilingual preschool program, partnerships through the early grades to support improved outcomes and continue the laser focus on equity. And then finally, as implementation of the P3 approach occurs, we want to ensure that specific attention is given to our multilingual and children with special needs. Another graphic that explains the implementation process as we move from today until 2025. So just to orient to the slide, you'll see the school years across the top, and you'll see the birthday ranges across the left-hand side. So we wanted to show you how implementation will occur. The implementation period for TK and early admittance TK. So to start, let's better define early admittance TK. Some school districts have employed early admittance, and it includes LEAs that choose to enroll but are not required to enroll children. In early TK, children turns 5 during the school year after the TK age range eligibility cutoff. LEAs can choose to serve children in early TK if they wish from the beginning of the school year. But the child does not begin generating average daily attendance, ADA funding, until their 5th birthday. The chart provides a visual based on the birthdays of children and school years across the UPK implementation period. For children who do not qualify for TK or early TK, the state preschool program or a locally funded program will serve these children. And so at the bottom, what you will see is it's labeled as other, because that will be the consistent component across all the years based on parent choice. So just to highlight another couple of pieces here. The rules for children with birthdays between July 1st and September will remain the same. The ratios will be modified to 1 to 12, adult to child ratio, and a class size of 24. And that's for the 22-23 school year. That's next year. Additionally, as we move up in the 23-24, those children with birthdays between July 1st and September 1st will remain the same. But the ratios may be modified to 1 to 10 adult-child ratio based on future legislative funding. So with funding, we can make those changes to ratio. In 25-26, all children are eligible if they turn 4 by September 4th because TK is fully implemented. Early TK will no longer exist at this point. We're hopeful that the ratios with legislative support will go to 1 to 10 for a class size of 24 children. For the first time, children with birthdays between July 1st and September 1st can be served through transitional kindergarten. All right, so many of you may have seen a slide like this before. And what we're wanting to highlight is the funding that is proposed, that we've received, through Assembly Bill 130, which apportioned $300 million for the new California Pre-Kindergarten Planning and Implementation Grant Program. So the allocation will go not only to local educational agencies, but also to county offices of education and charter schools. And it is intent to support the planning and implementation to expand access to pre-kindergarten programs. $176 million will be awarded to LEAs with kindergarten enrollment to plan for universal pre-K. $24 million will be provided to county offices of education for countywide planning and capacity building and supporting LEAs in their county with their own planning and implementation. These funds are available for encumbrance until June 30th, 2024. In addition, to the $200 million that I just mentioned, there is an additional within that $300 million, $100 million that is earmarked for the Early Education Teacher Development Grant. The Teacher Development Grant has been released, and it is a competitive request for applications. And it goes for LEAs, COEs, and charter schools to increase the supply, 1, of high-quality teachers, and 2, to provide training across grade bands through state preschool, transitional kindergarten, and kindergarten teachers. So those agencies who submitted a letter of intent through a previous request will be eligible to apply for this funding. They can do it as an individual LEA, or they can come together as a consortium. Either practice is supported. And we also want them to engage community partners in this planning process. So California State Preschool Programs, Head Starts, community-based organizations, all that we've been talking about once again comes into play. Individual allocations can currently be found on the CDE funding results page, which we can also provide a link to. And there are 2 different places in which you can see the request for application funding by county, and then the allocation as it is going out. So within the plan itself, the UPK plan requirements, we wanted to share a little bit about what we've done so far regarding universal pre-K, as well as spell out the plan requirements from statute. So to pull directly from the law about what LEAs are required to do, LEAs must develop a plan for consideration by the governing board or body at a public meeting on or before June 30th, 2022, for how all children in the attendance area of an LEA will have access to full-day learning programs for the year before kindergarten that meets the needs of parents, including through partnerships with extended learning, after-school education and safety programs, California State Preschool, and community-based early learning and care programs. LEAs are encouraged to partner in creating a joint UPK plan and may submit the same plan for multiple LEAs. LEAs can also partner with their county office of ed to create a single countywide plan. A countywide plan could help guide decisions, investments, and improvements throughout the county to plan for sustainable programs. Plans should be developed in conjunction with state preschool, Head Start, and other preschool programs and early learning and care providers. Partnerships enhance resources for families and children. So it's essential that we get outside of our schoolhouse boundary and get into the community to engage these partnerships. Partnerships can also be especially helpful when trying to extend and achieve the 9 hours total of programming and care per day, which will really help to meet family needs. So CDE has developed some resources that can be found on our website. First, we have a couple of templates that have been developed for LEAs and one for county offices of education that are required to plan for UPK. Our templates identify particular focus areas, including the emphasis on partnerships. To support with the planning, the CDE has held webinars, met with individual counties and regions, and also has released guidance. The guidance includes information on potential partners and a little background on programs that should be included or considered in developing UPK planning. In addition to posting this information on the CDE website, it's also posted on the California Educators Together website, which is a free site that anyone can access. And is you can also create a free account, and the link will go directly to the page with the UPK guidance where that can be found. Our next wave of guidance will be released soon. So we already have released one chapter of guidance. We will release another. As we think about the different roles in UPK, one area we want to highlight is the county offices of education. COEs in the education system and early learning and care system, aside from the prominent role that LEAs have in transitional kindergarten through grade 12 and early learning and care, we know that 38 out of 58, that is 66% of the COEs, have a state preschool or other early learning program. 86% are also local planning council sites, and 22% are resource and referral sites. Finally, 52% are members of our Quality Counts California, the quality system that supports our state preschool programs. So to support the planning for UPK, the template needed to facilitate access to a full day of learning the year before kindergarten. For a brief history, the CDE released UPK template in December of 2021 when TK originally had its first start. You can find the UPK Planning and Implementation Grant Program template, or as we continue to refer to it during this presentation, it's the UPK Planning Template. And it's located on our website as well. As a reminder, the template was informed by CDE staff, external partners, including a work group comprised of early education implementers, including TK, Head Start, State Preschool, Early Learning and Care programs that are operated by our sister agency, the Department of Social Services. The template is divided into sections that are required for response, which will be collected by the CDE after the plan is submitted to the LEA's board no later than June 30th of this year. There are also questions for consideration to support developing comprehensive plans to meet community and family needs. And then there are also questions that we have suggested. This is a very comprehensive document. In our next slide, we're also the guidance documents that accompany the templates will be posted not only on the CDE website, but again on the California Educators Together.org website. The CDE is excited to announce the launch of the California Universal Preschool Pre-K to Grade 3 group on the California Educator website. The CDE is creating the UPK P3 group on this platform so that folks can share resources and guidance for local educational agencies and partners to use in the preparation of UPK in California. So, as I mentioned earlier, community partners and agencies are critical to implementing this. So, let's talk a little bit about what some of those opportunities might be. There are many structures at the local educational agency that create opportunities for community partnerships. You can see info on page 86 of the guidance document in Focus Area B, all about discussing community partnerships. So at the school site level, you can hold meetings with your Parent-Teacher Association, English Learner Advisory Committee, ELAC, and school site councils, just to name a few. On the LEA level, at the district level, you can engage with your special education local plan area directors, your community advisory committees, local control accountability plan input sessions, and tribal community input sessions. There are also many community-level opportunities for engagement with partners in early education planning. So as you can see, again, resource and referral, local planning councils, First 5 commissions, Quality Counts California, family empowerment centers, and Head Start policy councils. So to start thinking about how these existing systems can be leveraged in the planning funds that county offices of ed are receiving to support countywide planning and implementation, we want to flag for you that the COEs are already heavily engaged in many of these aspects. This means that if you're a district or charter that needs help thinking through how to partner, we highly encourage folks to reach out to your local county office of education. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah Neville Morgan to take us through the next section.
I'm back. So I always get to do the tough parts around the call to action. So although I think it's the most exciting because this is really where we all lean in together and roll up our sleeves and say, this is why it matters so much. And I should have done a little bit of introduction at the beginning. Just, I loved hearing everybody this morning be able to say their passion and where they were from and their families and how meaningful this commission truly is to CDE's work. I think that shows the intent of why we bring everyone together in this area for so many different reasons. But if you couldn't tell from Sheila and I, this is actually our area as well. So a big area of passion and something that we all still do. I was an administrator of a fully inclusive preschool back in the day. It's now well over 20 years ago. But I also come from a large family, and several of my siblings have disabilities. And I help my mom still with one of my brothers who isn't able to live independently, but Zoom bombs, I don't know how many meetings a week, Heather, where Jesse will come in just to say hi, because that gives him a little attention. So people across the country now know Jesse as he engages in different things with me. That is the reason why I truly believe that we have to keep doing more in this space. So as we go to the next slide, even though we've known for decades that early education matters, as we look at where California is, and this is obviously a resource issue, we still don't have enough access. So the data that you're seeing right now is who are California's preschoolers. We have 1 million 3- and 4-year-old children in California. That is bigger than several states. That is just our 3- and 4-year-olds, right? And they have access to a variety of programs or don't have access to programs. So as we look at our California State Preschool Program, which is our subsidized preschool program in California, the amount of children who are eligible versus the amount who are served is pretty staggering. We only serve 8% of eligible 3-year-olds. 8%. We serve 20% of eligible 4-year-olds, right? This is why we so need universal pre-K in California, so that we really truly serve more of these children. There are other programs like Head Start, which is so wonderful in that it really wraps around and has a lot of family supports. That only serves, I think it's less than the 4%, but truly so far to go in California as we look at serving more child and ensuring they have this access. Not only do we have that resource access, but just in the fact that we know, and if the last couple years of the pandemic didn't show us enough, families use school for childcare. It is a fact. They need a place to put their children. It needs to be educational, it needs to be supportive, but in order for them to work, to go to school, to have other things happen, they need some other spaces. So as we look at our licensed care capacity, we only have, it is about 841,000 for all children birth to age 12. So how do you fit the number of children we have in California in that box of licensed care capacity, right? There's such a huge gap and need there. And going back to our 3-year-olds, as we look at the preschool age and the number who aren't enrolled in subsidized early learning care, it doesn't mean that they're not in something else. They might be in family childcare, they might be in a private pre-K, their family might have decided to keep them at home, but not having that access is 81% of our 3-year-olds. So as we look at all that and we look at research on early childhood inclusion, it gets even bigger. The gap, it grows as we look at not having that access. And so I want to make sure I say this right, but you all know, actually, probably more than most of the people, when I usually say this, I'm in audiences who aren't as sure of the questions around, well, does it help? Does it help all children? And yes, the research actually shows it's good for everybody, right? Not just a child with disability. We actually find better results for all children. I feel like for my girls, growing up with Jessie has been a gift for them. For them, that is exactly how the world works. And just as we think of inclusion, that is one of its gifts, that it shows to us this is how the world works. We are all on a spectrum of difference, and how do you welcome and embrace those instead of be puzzled or afraid even of them. So significant impacts on children's school readiness. So even looking at our California data on how better children did, was really aligned to their least restrictive environment and how much time a child who should be in an inclusive environment is there. I will also note that for some children, their least restrictive environment is a self-contained classroom or program. Right? We all can acknowledge that, but for most children, that isn't their least restrictive environment. And so that's sort of our California gap. Those benefits are there not only in costs, which of course everybody will look at, but really truly in how it embraces and supports children to reach their full potential. And we are all here because all students deserve the chance, opportunity, and ability to reach their full potential. All right, so then moving on as we look at our governor's budget, and I think, I don't know what number DOF is, but they will come and do a lot more, probably right after this one, very specific to special education. But this part, and maybe Chris will go there, is to highlight some of the things that are really specific to universal pre-K and early childhood and how that can help our children with disabilities. So UTK is proposed to get more money to expand that eligibility to cover a reduced adult-child or adult-student ratio, so moving it to 1 to 12, and some other investments in the pipeline. It also provides the money for the expanded learning program. One of the things that really sort of warms me is what we're doing with state preschool. So what is proposed with state preschool is not just an adjustment factor to provide additional funding around our children with disabilities and our dual language learners, but 24 months of eligibility, and this part is the real part that is really exciting. Any child with an IEP would become categorically eligible, so automatic eligibility to participate in our state preschool program. Huge, transformative. It also moves them up a list so that instead of, yeah, you can come in, but you're going to be at the bottom of the list, so you're actually never going to get in, it moves them up in that eligibility list. So that's there, and 10% of their spaces would be reserved for children with IEPs or IFSPs. So similar to Head Start, our state preschool programs would then have to hold aside spaces so that if a child comes in midway through the year, they're not told we don't have a space unless they've reached that 10%. But there's our spaces that are kept open to make sure that we can include children as they come through that process. And then $500 million additional dollars proposed for our Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program, or EAP, which really gets to how are we doing the inclusive practices, how are we helping our programs, because you all know it's not just that a child is sitting in a program, but they are fully engaged in all the learning opportunities and activities with their peers. That is actually what really matters. So ensuring that's happening as part of professional development and learning, equipment in the classroom, ensuring their environments are set up with a universal design for learning, all of those pieces become part of EAP. An additional $2 million to look at early identification for learning disabilities. That would start with our preschool assessment tools. And then another $60 million to help educators get training and a system around that as well. Because you know, training is only as good as people using it and putting it into practice, and then the system of support to capture the information and then make sure it's used. So all of that is huge. And then we have our upcoming events. So I think I am done. We actually, in that upcoming event, I will highlight though, next Thursday from 3:30 to 5, our P3 webinar is on inclusive practices and inclusion. So our one that is targeted to preschool to 3rd grade and making sure we're supporting our children with disabilities in that inclusive way. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you for that. That was so robust. But going back to slide number 35, can we show slide 35?
I can figure out which slide for 35. There we go. Yes. Go.
Yes, bullet number 1. Children with an IEP will be categorically eligible for a CSPP. What about children with IFSPs? So individualized family service plans.
So right now, the age range for state preschool does start at 2 years, 9 months, which means an IFSP also would be there. Yeah.
So does that mean that the child would have to have
an IEP meeting to transition out of the IFSP into the IEP to be eligible, or will the IFSP qualify them to enter into the program?
So we've actually flagged this for an issue because I think right now the language specifically says IEP. We are taking that, though, as we look at it, I'm looking to see if Dolph is in the room with me, to mean IFSP or IEP, because it is really dependent on that child's age. So if they come in at 2 years, 9 months, they would still have their IFSP.
And then we're talking about other organizations, so like the regional centers, and making sure that that transition is seamless. So I think bullet 1 is worth clarifying.
Yes, I agree. Thank you for that.
And my one other question, I know with the acronyms, I just wanted to be clear. With TK, transitional kindergarten, UTK, universal transitional kindergarten, and UPK, universal pre-kindergarten. I know you explained this, but can you please re-explain the difference between TK and UTK? So UTK is a mixed delivery system, I heard. No?
UPK is, and California, we always like to do it in the most complicated way ever, I think. So universal pre-kindergarten is the bigger umbrella, and that includes TK, which is actually the only one that's universally funded for all 4-year-olds by 2025-26. And though in that UPK umbrella, Head Start, families will still be able to choose Head Start if they're participating and eligible, and our state preschool program. And our state preschool program, you just heard, we are expanding what can happen to bring in children with disabilities starting at 2 years, 9 months. So more there. They're actually in that proposal is to start CSPP at age 2, which means they could come in even younger if that is passed in the final executed budget. And then there's still private programs that offer preschool that families may choose. The only one that is currently going to be funded universally for all 4-year-olds is TK. So that's the fully universal for all 4-year-olds. The state preschool program is really looking at those targeted populations, mainly low income, but some other qualifiers, and now including our children with disabilities in that broader expansion of it.
Thank you. I open the floor for commissioners for comments, questions.
Okay, let's see, going around the room, we'll start with Commissioner Lopez, then Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Estes, Commissioner Gill, and Commissioner Tostin. And I have a question too, but now I have to write all this down. Commissioner Lopez.
I'm going first, and I wrote nothing down. There's just all these things that come to my mind from my own experiences, because all of this sounds wonderful, but there are sometimes we've lived it. And we see these little loopholes where things fall through. And one of them for me would be, what if a child has not been diagnosed yet or assessed yet? Will there be some delays there? And those delays are valuable. Another question might be, sometimes we've experienced regional center delaying or not giving services because they want someone else to do it, and they may say this is a responsibility of the school now, or it's happening somewhere else, which also causes some delays. And those are the couple that I just came off. I might have more in my head, but I didn't write anything down. But I think those are two biggies. Yeah.
Department of Developmental Services is also, the Department of Developmental Services is also receiving a lot of interest and funding in order to address some of the issues that were brought up during the SB 75 report that really identified the difficulty that is occurring in early start, regional centers for Part C programs. It really recommends that we get more transition specialists in regional centers, that caseloads are rethought. And that's also why we're wanting to have that 10% in our state preschool program to reserve space for those children who turn 3 throughout the year, which has always been a dilemma because once you get to September, it's full, and then what do you do? So really appreciate that comment, and we think that there's going to be some solutions. On early intervention, there also is a piece in the governor's budget speaking to early intervention, identifying at-risk areas of concern so that they can be addressed, remediated, and then if that remediation isn't effective, that they can make that referral for determination for special education services.
I think that was why the $2 million to look at early identification of learning disabilities came into play for our state preschool program. So what else can we do when a child's enrolled in state preschool? Because they may have come in and had no exposure or interaction with the regional center, and then the program itself starts to notice some delays, or the family does and talks to the teacher in the program. And so wanting to have more ways in state preschool to also be able to address some learning delays or developmental potential issues.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hamilton?
Hello, thank you. So you showed this slide that shows the extensive gap in licensed capacity, and I'd like to hear a little more about how these changes will kind of bridge that gap, into what level you expect that.
Great question. So we actually don't have any of the funding for the licensed childcare side, but expansion of state preschool and of TK means that more spaces that would have gone to a 4-year-old open up for other children. So as we get more and more 4-year-olds and their families choose TK, that frees up some other resources, and that investment in the Expanded Learning Opportunities program allows that wraparound to start to support the children in TK through 6th grade as families need more extensive hours than a school day can address. I do know there was money on the childcare side for more vouchers that families can use. And with that, they're always hoping that you sort of get support so more family childcare and center-based care opens up. We've been seeing a decline across the nation in care over the past 10 or so years. And obviously, just like in education, the pandemic had a pretty big impact on that part of the field. The slide that wasn't shown was the preschool LRE slide. So I'm sure as you look at your data and we look at the report that we have to submit to USAID OSEP every year, our preschool LRE is one of the areas where California has growth to do. And that is definitely one of our call to actions as we look at that indicator and how much more we can lean in. And that's why we've done these proposals around, let's do preschool expansion. Let's make sure we have more money in supporting inclusive practices. Like, how many levers can we put towards addressing the need for our children to be in inclusive programs?
Okay, Commissioner Estes.
I need to push. Got it. This is exciting. Has such expansive possibilities, so I just really appreciate the work. I can't wait to dive into the website. I've heard something about it already, so I'm super excited to go into the materials that you've created. I'm working really closely on literacy for children in California, and also on integration for children in California, both of which are incredibly complex sort of bodies of work and absolutely require like early intervention. So my question would be, were the resources that were they developed with the other state agencies? I mean, are you all aligned as state agencies in this work and some set of outcomes that we're seeking in the P3 work in California across like HHS, and I know you mentioned child welfare, but they're holding resources and that would relate to like even being able to achieve this?
That's a great question, too. So there's a lot of partnership, especially around the community health and mental health, the behavioral health pieces with HHS. So a lot across education in that space. Specifically to our UPK, or Universal Pre-Kindergarten work, there are multiple sort of constellations that have come together. So CCEE is actually one of our partners in that space and helping with support systems so that as they implement this, we're really lifting up best practices in implementation and in planning. But that state leadership team is CDE with the state board, with Department of Finance, and CTC. So much of what we have to address in this space, CTC, California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, is the teacher, is the pipeline issue. So they right now are working on a P3 specialist credential and just had a meeting on Friday. We can get to Heather the link. They're asking for a survey for more input around that. At the commission meeting on Friday, it was elevated that as we look at special ed, and as you know, we have a separate special ed credential, but it needs to be integrated. And so as you're thinking of a teacher, especially a teacher with young children, how do we integrate and make sure supporting children with disabilities, especially those earlier grades, is included in a P3 specialist? We also called out sort of the same need for multilingual learners and needing to make sure some of that is more explicit in it. So we can get that to you.
Thank you. Commissioner Alvarado.
I fear I may have a long list of comments and questions, but I'll get through them pretty quickly. The first thing that I wanted to say is this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart, being that I say often I'm a Head Start graduate, and without that foundation and education, my parents were fortunate to be able to be connected and have my brother and I in early childhood education programs. But without that, I would not have been able to be the first woman in both generations of my father's side and mother's side to attend college and graduate. So it's definitely something that even at my age now that I see that benefit. However, I work with so many families that don't understand the benefit of having their children go to school. And there's a mindset of, I have to have my child go to kindergarten versus I want to, and I see the benefit to my child. So one of my questions is, what are we doing to help build awareness to families to make that choice to enroll? Because slide number 25 was surprising to me and a bit upsetting that the percentages are so low. So help me understand that process of engaging families in the I understand the future benefit.
So Sheila covered some of the pieces around the partners and how important community partners are in getting that message across. So looking at the County Office of Education role, SELPAs are called out, resource and referral agencies who tend to be the ones who do the child care links into the community. But we also, as part of our work in both the state leadership and a UPK P3 kitchen cabinet, have a lot of interest in a communications campaign. So what is that messaging? What sort of tools and resources do our schools need to ensure families know about this opportunity and can engage in it if they want to? So yeah, that is on, and we're trying to get it in at least 10 different languages, knowing that a lot of our families speak other languages, and there's interest in sort of a rural versus an urban things. Communities look different across California, so one campaign doesn't work for all. So we're hopeful that that gets to move forward. Otherwise, you're going to get our typical CDE resources, which are beautiful, are on that website, but maybe not quite the same as a very intensive communication campaign.
A couple more questions. On slide number 10, I was really happy to see the highlight of that all students are being accepted to universal in the UPK program, and this also goes to marketing. One thing that was missing for me was naming students with all abilities, because I think as parents, I also see that notion of, oh, my child is not ready to go to school. And so parents make that decision without having that support from an educator that can help them understand that children have various abilities at different ages, and even if they didn't meet a certain milestone, doesn't mean there's something wrong with their child, or they're not ready to be educated. So I encourage you to bring that abilities language forward to help to bring the language as common as we talk about race and ethnicity in class. So that's slide number 10. And then I was looking for clarification around the ratio. You talked about our current ratios are 1 to 12 and that we're looking for a 1 to 10 ratio in the future. However, the class size wasn't changed. So are we saying that now our classes are going to have 3 adults required, and if they go up to 24 students, or are we saying that it's going to just stay 1 to 12, but we're hoping to get it down to 20 class size? I was confused with those numbers.
It's really contingent upon additional legislative support. So we're going to have additional funding provided in order to get to that 1 to 10 ratio. And I think we're all aware how ratio impacts education. It doesn't matter what grade, I don't think, but especially in early childhood.
So does that mean we're increasing the workforce? So we would have 3 educators in a classroom, or we would go down to class size of 20?
It would be 24 with 3.
With 3, so we would be increasing the workforce.
Okay. Which is why we're partnering so directly with the Commission on Teacher Credentialing.
Yes.
We meet with them often, weekly, twice a week. We are hand in glove in terms of really addressing the teacher shortages and the needs that are out there. CTC has also published, and we have a compendium of resources and opportunities for internships, apprenticeships. Like I said, we have our teacher development grant going out. Everyone is rowing the same direction with that emphasis of needing an additional 8,000 to 12,000 new teachers to fully implement TK. That doesn't even address things like substitute teachers and other grades. So, but it just want to leave you with some level of comfort in terms that we are working diligently with them in order to address this critical need.
And this is my last question, I promise. So this goes back to parents and how we're working with parents and engaging with parents. I was a young mother, and I did not understand the difference between early childhood education and childcare. So I opted to have my kids being watched in childcare, but thought I was giving them that benefit of a preschool or an early childhood education environment. So I'm hoping that that difference between childcare, who watches my kids, and then education, who helps to build those blocks for my child, is explicit in how we're marketing this wonderful UPK program for families, particularly families that come from backgrounds that their parents weren't educated, or education has not been accessible, to help them understand as parents that importance to understanding that connection. And I also know parents that just don't want to give up that 3 or 4 year old. You know, that's their little one. It's like, hey, I'm attached to them. So I think that's also part of what I'm hoping that we can do in terms of communicating with parents and preparing them to let their little ones launch. Because I think if there's a have to versus I want to and I can actually do it, there's some physical separation and emotional separation there that I'm hoping parents can get that support. So thank you.
Made some really great points. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sorter.
You've already kind of addressed some of my comments and questions around credentialing. In slide number 7, where you said have a well-qualified educators paid a livable wage. We know right now people are not going into the field of education. They're leaving the field and trying to recruit, so addressing that. But going a little bit further, does the governor's plan and does your plan include the impact it might have on school psychologists, caseloads, and related service providers such as OT, speech, physical therapy, having more students come in, obviously that their caseloads and the assessment piece. Is that part of the plan or is that separate?
So within the planning template, we are addressing those additional services, OT, PT, speech, as part of their planning process. So we have really pulled that out in terms of a focus area of how to support children with disabilities, multilingual learners, and ensuring that equity is in place. So it is in there. I think it's going to be a challenge, but once again, I think our county offices of education frequently have those additional resources and and work with the LEAs to make sure that those resources are provided. But once again, it's much like a teacher situation as well, as there's limited resource in that area. And I think we really have to work with our institutions of higher education in order to promote this. I'll make this one statement: with our promotion of STEAM and STEM, when those engineers are out there, who's taking care of the kids? So I think there needs to be that balanced approach in terms of promoting early education supports so that we have a more integrated system overall, that we have not only people prepared to work in those technical fields, but also that their children are being provided a high-quality early childhood experience.
Commissioner Tostin.
Thank you so much for a thorough presentation. And my mind goes back to slide 10, where we're looking at all of the potential opportunities. And there's one setting that isn't called out. It's the programs operated by county offices and LEAs for typically our students who have very severe to complex needs, hence our LRE challenges. And I'm so appreciative that you called that out. And so I just wanted to underscore the importance of this opportunity for us to include some of our existing preschool programs that are serving our kids in primarily segregated environments, so that we don't lose the opportunity to take advantage of additional seats in the state preschool, but also the opportunity for students who may be typically developing to participate in programs operated by our county offices and LEAs that have students with more severe needs. Because recognizing if we start out in segregated environments, then that's our norm that we tend to fight against for the next 18 years. If we begin in inclusive environments, the lessons that our students can learn from the beginning around what the world really looks like and what their coworkers and friends and neighbors will look like when they grow up, that will be a huge win. The other piece that I just wanted to underscore as we're moving in this direction, being clear on the data that will demonstrate the impact of this investment by the time we reach our goal. So if the goal is in 26, should we expect data in 29 when the younger kids are taking their first round of state assessments, or what data will be available to guide us and form our plans as we go? And I see some excitement. So
you just made me so happy that you asked that question. So Heather knows I'm actually newly an Annie E. Casey Fellow. And as part of my fellowship, we have to really lean into a big area of results. And so our lean in at CDE is going to be on this UPK P3. The number one piece that I lifted up to the Annie E. Casey Foundation was preschool LRE. So we are going to be looking at data. Some of the slides we already showed you on access. Who has access? Because we know there are inequities across California in access. It might be geography, it might be race. Those two tie together as we look at it. It might be ability, and I loved how you said that as well. So we're going to tease that out, and we're going to also look at the quality of the programs where we have information on quality based on our quality counts, quality rating and improvement system. We have a new report that will be issued soon by the Learning Policy Institute, West Ed, and University of Berkeley Bear that really shows who's doing, who quality best supports. And so in looking at our state preschool programs and the desired results developmental profile, our children with disabilities did the best in that Tier 5 highest quality program. Significant differences between a child with a disability in a Tier 3 level program and a Tier 5. So those differences matter, and they matter most for the kids that we're really here today to support. Also mattered a lot for our dual language learners and for our children of different racial backgrounds. So you can imagine, as we look at quality and we look at who has access to it, there are inequities in who has access. So our children who were multilingual and our children who are from Black families had the least access to the highest quality programs. So yes, that data, we're going to be doing probably a twice a year data review with our teams to look at it, unpack it, and then say, where do we go next? If we know that preschool LRE matters and we know that the quality of the inclusive program matters, how do we start matching those up? If we look at areas of the state that have huge lack of access for 3-year-olds, they'll have this 4-year-old. What do we start doing to help recruit people to actually offer CSPP in those areas? Yeah, so thank you. You can be one of our result partners. We will make sure that we bring some of that data and you guys get to be like, okay, let's poke a few holes and let's get better.
Commissioner Topalian.
Again, thank you so much for this comprehensive presentation. I think I finally understand how all of this works together, because I've sat in so many meetings and I just couldn't figure out the birth dates, what's happening in the next 5 years. That chart really, really helps. Now I have a vision of what that looks like. So I would share that with my team for sure. And also just to add to what David was talking about the whole restrictive environment and just, making sure that students get a chance to be able to be with their typical peers. In that sense, I think there's something to be said about that. And I mean, that also with the AB 2806 bill with the mental health and all those, where I remember a couple of years ago where we ended up, there's a lot of preschool students where they were being suspended, expelled, kicked out of programs. And we see that now as well because they don't have the training, and kids have not learned how to sit forever since pre-COVID. I mean, since, COVID. But I think it's very important that it's a preventative model as opposed to being reactive and going towards a disability, giving them the chance and being able to have that experience. So thank you again for a great presentation and helping me process this information.
Commissioner Lopez, and then myself, and then.
So a couple of comments and experiences, again, not a lot written down, but I think it's important to share because I think from some of our experiences, it can help for this process to be positive. I can tell you that in 11 years, my daughter Isabella, who's going to graduate in a couple months, has always been in an inclusive setting with her typical peers. And it has been extremely difficult and a fight to put her in this, in the core classes. And with COVID, it was even more difficult because she's always had an aide. And wanting that communication from the aide, it was so important that the aide communicate so that we can do the same things at home and be that support and all that, our job as parents. And going to an IEP meeting and wanting an aide to be present as well because they're so valuable with our kids all day long. And that has been a struggle because some aides are not, I don't want to say considered valuable, but they were not invited to the meeting. So even to the meeting I had for transition in the last two, it was a fight to a point where we're going to walk out if the aide is not present. And it's amazing when these, all of these people are sitting at the table and we ask a question and they look to the aide for that question to be answered. We didn't point that out. We just were amazed, and it was a valuable meeting in this transition time now. So I think what would be important, one word comes to mind, the word trust. If we want this to be successful, because I can't imagine me have gone this preschool with what we have experienced, because I'm pretty exhausted already. And but I'm optimistic. I'm always optimistic because I'm her voice and the voice of many others as well, because I'm considered a role model for Isabella. She's a varsity cheerleader, made it, and she does a phenomenal job. And many others are asking, how did that happen? How did you have your daughter in a full inclusive classroom? And my answer is, how do you not? How is your daughter getting to go to prom? How is your daughter not? And so, we're doing wonderful things here, but we have to start now, because if you look at a lot of the blogs and social media, they're all talking about, what can I do for this when I go to IP? They're like gearing up, like they're ready to fight. Instead of feeling calmness that everyone is there to support each other, because we're all wanting the same things at the table. And I know it comes down to resources. That's a big part of it, money. But we have to have parents like me who have lived it already to be guiding the ones that are coming after us, not as a fight, but because not all of our children need the same services or need the same things. And so we need to re-educate them, but we need to give them confidence that this is a good thing and that there's not a boogeyman in the closet. That's the one thing I always say. You know, when you don't want to invite the aide to the table who's there all the time and they're helping with modification of curriculum, if there's no boogeyman in the closet, why are we bringing these parents in and making them feel like there's something hidden, secretive? And it's trust. We want trust. So I think that that's what we should start doing now so that these blogs are positive and not scary. Thank you for letting me share that.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a quick question and a comment. I'm still like having like a heart attack over the 1 to 10 ratio and how am I going to do that? But that's my issue. You mentioned, and I was so happy that you did that, as the 4-year-olds go into the transitional kindergarten, that 2-year-olds will be accepted into CSPP programs. Do you have about when that?
If it gets in the final budget. So it was in the January governor's proposed budget. So if we see that in the final one, I would assume it would start rolling out pretty immediately, but it will take a little bit of time for the programs themselves to transition. So with 2-year-olds, as you all know, it's a different developmental level. You really have to think through back to group size ratio.
Another heart attack.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. Thank you for that. My comment is, you know, I don't want to seem ungrateful because I'm very appreciative of the early educator grant that's out there right now. We're working very hard on it. However, anytime I hear competitive grant, you know, coming from a rural small county with rural small districts that don't have extra pairs of hands to spend time, nor do, you know, is the infrastructure around such LEAs is so different. And how is it, you know, is it really competitive, or it's just, you know, who has more toys that get the grant? So as we move forward, if things that are so important like this could not be competitive, I just have to put that out there.
And I appreciate that. We really have tried to streamline based on feedback to streamline it so it's easier, accessible, and is not the heavy lift. There also are some additional resources for smaller counties that we're going to highlight during our technical assistance webinar on the RFA. So hopefully some of that will be helpful. But rural counties have been in our mind, and we want to make sure that you have that access. We've allocated county by county for funding, so no one can just walk away with everything. You know, we just want to make sure that we are responsive because we have heard this and are deeply concerned about our small counties and the infrastructure and supports that they need.
We appreciate that very much. Thank you.
I have to do a shout out because Sheila Self and then in the back, Alana Pinsler are the leads for that. And they have spent a lot of time trying to be very thoughtful around that specific piece.
Really appreciate
it. Smaller. And you'll see everybody else who's submitted a letter of intent on our website. So if you want to do your own arranged marriage and come together so you're not competing, there's that opportunity too.
Thank you so much. And Commissioner Hayes-White.
All right, so preschool is my background. I'm an early interventionist, and I remember when I went to school to get my certification. So when you said you were partnership with CTC, that's very important to me. And I was wondering, I just needed to bring this up. There is a difference between the levels of certification preschool teachers have. So there's permits, and then there are an added preschool authorization that I had to get. I don't know if that's changed. And then those authorizations are tied to different levels of pay. And so those are incentives or not to go into the field of preschool. And so please remember to take that back to CTC when you are looking for an expansion in preschool, and you know what that means for a call for added teachers for the preschool level.
Thank you. That's actually been a big part of why they're looking at the P3 specialist credentials, because TK is the first year of a two-year kindergarten program in statute, which means that teacher has to have a teaching credential, not a child development permit. And then they also have to get 24 units of ECE by next year, I think, to be able to do it. And as we looked at our teachers in the state preschool and Head Start who might have the child development permit, there wasn't an easy path for them to come in if they wanted to. And this specialist credential would allow a multiple subject path that really, you already have that, here's the 24 units. It would allow for, I have my child development permit and a bachelor's. Here's the gap I need to fill to get a teaching credential through this P3 specialist credential. So really wanting to uplift those in the field who already have this background and have been doing the work, and show them a clear way to come in and do TK if that's what they choose. TK is better funded. It's ADA, right? There's a lot that's there around benefits and being part of your public school piece. And we'll need more para-educators. As we've talked about that ratio piece, there will be room for more and more paras as well.
Yes, and then that on that slide 35 with that first bullet that I was talking about is added. Is it 10% added? 10% of children with IEPs and IFSPs added into the program, and then that's a permit versus add authorization. That's going to be a big piece, a big factor in the training of the teachers who are leading those programs.
All right. Okay, we'll call for public comment.
Yes, we do have some callers.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Also, please keep in mind to speak slowly so that we can offer appropriate translation services. You have 1 minute beginning when you speak.
Hi, my name is Amy Lambert, and I am SELPA Director of the Tustin Unified SELPA, and I wanted to share the support for holding 10% of the seats in CSPP for students with disabilities. Being able to hold these spots is really a game changer for us, so we can plan and place students throughout the year. I would just say that any relaxation of other state preschool rules, such as a mandatory 5-day per week attendance requirement, would be helpful. Our FAPE offer may not be 5 days, or parents may choose to access outside services and supports. So we can't place requirements such as 5-day per week attendance along with our FAPE offers. And lastly, I'd just say that we appreciate the 10% of spots as a starting point, but understand that in SELPAs, where state preschool may be the only gen ed program, where there is no Head Start or private preschools, it would not get us to the CDE, LRE, ARP targets of about 37%. So we're hopeful that 10% isn't perceived as a cap, but we greatly appreciate this initiative. Thank you.
Caller, that is time, and thank you for your input. Next caller, good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record, speaking slowly. You have 1 minute and time begins when you start speaking.
Hello, this is Judy McKinley calling. I would just like to thank Chairwoman Hayes White for the questions that she asked at the beginning. And I would also like to thank other commissioners for the questions they're asking. The 10% set aside is critical. Those seats need to be there for those children. Thank you.
Caller, thank you for your input.
We have no more callers.
All right. We have no more comments at this time. Moving right on into item number 5, the governor's proposed 2022 budget. An overview regarding the 2022 proposed budget will be provided, including how the budget relates to students with special needs. Presented by Liz Mai and Chris Ferguson from the Department of Finance. Welcome. Are you here?
We are both here.
All right. I now turn over the mic to you.
Great. I appreciate that, Commissioner. So I'll present a global overview of the governor's education budget, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague Liz for a very specific focus on special education investments that we put forward in the governor's budget. So from a very global perspective, the budget includes over $200 billion in roughly $213 billion in new general fund expenditures, or total general fund expenditures for the 22-23 fiscal year. Of that amount, the Proposition 98 guarantee, which is the core funding for local educational agencies and our California community colleges, of that amount, the Proposition 98 guarantee reflects $102 billion, or a funding level of $102 billion in the 22-23 fiscal year. It also reflects increases in the 2021 and 21-22 fiscal year. Combined, the Proposition 98 guarantee is up roughly $16.1 billion from the ending point, which was the 21-22 Budget Act, to the governor's budget. What this enables us to do is put forward several investments. The first is a required investment in the Proposition 98 Rainy Day Fund, adding roughly $3.1 billion in the 22-23 fiscal year into that account, and also adjusting deposits made in prior years for a total of $9.7 billion in the Proposition 98 Rainy Day Fund. As sort of the core investments this year, we put forward a few very significant investments. First, is a $3.3 billion cost of living adjustment for our local educational agencies and our California community college districts. That represents a 5.33% cost of living adjustment. Of course, that will be updated come the May revision. The other major significant investments are over a $3 billion increase in funding for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. This will bring the total investment on an ongoing basis for that program up to $4.4 billion. And of course, that program supports, extended day programs. It allows for after-school programming and enrichment programming, with a core focus of trying to provide additional opportunities to students in grades K through 6, and also to provide additional opportunities for parents to ensure that their kids have their students have access to that type of enrichment. Other major investments in the budget include a proposal to revise declining enrollment protections to smooth out the transition for districts that are declining from one year to the next, to the next, and to the next. So it's really about helping districts that are right-sizing over time due to changes in their demographics. There's a number of reasons for that. Those types of changes in a district, that can be something as small as birth rates be declining, incrementally declining in their community, or it can, represent shifts from where a person is living in California. Say they might be moving from the Central Coast to the Central Valley. Additionally, significant investments. I won't spend a lot of time on the early education investments that Sarah just walked through, but we do propose a 10% requirement to serve students with disabilities in the California State Preschool Program. And the budget includes a combined Proposition 98 General Fund and non-Proposition 98 General Fund amount of roughly $307 million to accomplish that. Additionally, there's $166 million investment to maintain and reflect full year rates from the 21-22 rate adjustments in the California State Preschool Program. And there are significant investments, roughly $500 million in the Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program. Other significant investments are in early literacy, and those include $500 million one-time Prop 98 to enable some school districts in the state, those serving the most significant underrepresented student populations, with the ability to hire literacy coaches and provide more ability to offer one-on-one and small group intervention services for struggling readers. $200 million one-time Proposition 98 general fund to enable those same sorts of schools that are serving high percentages of underrepresented student populations with the ability to establish either school or classroom multilingual libraries that provide access to culturally relevant texts that support reading instruction. Other significant investments that we put forward include a mix of various proposals totaling $54.4 million, $54.4 million Prop 98 in general fund, that is, to waive certain credentialing and teacher exam fees for students that are looking to become teachers, and other supports to help address the teacher shortage. In terms of creating a stronger pipeline of college and career pathways for students in high schools, and to help address some of the need for teacher shortages, we do put forward two core proposals. One is a $1.5 billion investment in the Golden State in the establishment of the Golden State Pathways program that's really attempting to facilitate opportunities for high school students to become engaged in specified areas that include education and early education opportunities, so that those students have opportunities to access dual enrollment, have opportunities to fulfill the dream of college being accessible to them, and an opportunity that they would be successful at. And also to help, somewhat blur the lines between our colleges and universities and our high schools in that regard. It will definitely, from our perspective, help encourage the further creation of a college-going culture among more high school students, while also trying to address some of those high needs, critical areas of the economy in the future. The second investment is a $500 million in this area, that is a $500 million investment over 4 years to support access to dual enrollment opportunities and other similar initiatives. This really is about helping students, both obtain units that are degree applicable while in high school, as well as create and support that college-going culture among more high school students. And lastly, it will have the long-term impact of reducing student costs to obtain a degree or certificate at a college or university, because they will be able to earn units before they enroll in a college or university, thereby reducing the length of time that it would take to earn a degree or credential. Probably the last couple significant investments, there's 3 of them that I would note. The first is in transportation, and it's a one-time investment of $1.5 billion to acquire electric school buses to replace diesel-emitting school buses. This, both helps districts obtain critically needed, new school buses, but also addresses some of the broader climate issues and global warming issues that we see in the state and really in the world that are occurring right now. There's additionally in the school nutrition area, consistent with last year's budget agreement, there's an investment of roughly $600 million Prop 98 general fund to support access to universal school meals, as well as a $450 million one-time investment to support upgrading kitchen infrastructure and equipment, as well as provide for training for school nutrition workers. And the last significant investment that I note is in our school facilities. We put forward over a 2-year period a package of roughly $2.1 billion to support new school construction and modernization projects. Though through the existing school facilities program, these funds are used by districts to add capacity in communities that are growing, and then also to update or rehabilitate, older classrooms and older school sites in the state. But with that, I will turn it over to my colleague Liz to walk through some of the special education investments.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to go over the special education investments in this year's governor's budget. So as many in the field have been saying for years, special education students are general education students first. So the special education investments in this year's budget continues the administration's efforts to ensure that our systems are integrated and that local educational agencies are approaching planning for their students with disabilities in greater alignment with their planning for all their students. This year's proposals were developed with both an attention to the challenges that LEAs continue to navigate in COVID and the need to continue to improve the systems that are serving students with disabilities. So the governor's budget provides an additional $500 million Proposition 98 general fund in special education base funding. And this is in addition to $140 million included for growth and cost of living. So this increase would ultimately bring the new base rate up to $820 per ADA. And this is, of course, subject to change as we get more information about growth and COLA. In addition to the augmentation for the base funding, the governor's budget proposes to calculate the special education base funding allocations at the local educational agency level rather than the SELPA level, which would promote transparency, improve each LEA's ability to project their funding allocations, and support LEA efforts to undertake comprehensive program planning. And this also takes into account the individual ADA fluctuations of LEAs when calculating the base funding. And the funding will still continue to flow to SELPAs. We are also proposing to consolidate the 2 special education extraordinary cost pools into a single cost pool to simplify the current funding formula, but this is intended to be more of a technical change as we're not proposing any programmatic changes. We are also proposing to allocate the educationally related mental health services funding directly to LEAs rather than to SELPAs. All other funding streams that benefit all students flow directly to LEAs, and this funding stream was flexed in 2020. The shift of funding does not prohibit the pooling of resources into regional services, and small LEAs already work with their counties to obtain health and mental health services for their students, so this shift should not disrupt those pre-existing relationships. Additionally, in response to continued calls from the field for more coordination between special education and general education planning, the governor's budget proposes to develop a special education addendum to the Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, that would support inclusive planning and promote cohesion by linking special education and general education LCAP planning. The design and development of this addenda is intended to mirror the process that CDE and SBE has used in the past, such as for the budget overview for parents. The budget also proposes to modify existing LCAP parent advisory group requirements to explicitly include parents of students with disabilities. The administration is also proposing to refocus an existing special education resource lead onto IEP best practices in 2023-24, as well as establish an expert panel to continue refining the model IEP template that was developed as part of the recent work group convened by the Sacramento County Office of Education. The budget also proposes to build upon the alternate pathways to diploma work groups efforts by exploring alternate coursework options for students with disabilities to demonstrate completion of the state graduation requirements, and establish a pathway to a diploma for students who take the California alternate assessment. And that is the special education investments from the governor's budget, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Liz, for Liz and Chris for sharing that update. I have a question. Can you please restate the panel regarding the IEP template?
Yes, so we're proposing to establish an expert panel, hopefully hopefully including practitioners from the field and others to refine on the model IEP template. So in the Sacramento County Office of Education's report, they kind of mentioned that the template would need more iteration and a second pair of eyes to refine it more for it to be ready for implementation. So that's what we're hoping to get at.
All right, thank you. That really helps. I'm going to open up the floor for commissioners if they have any questions or comments.
Commissioner Ruiz. Hi. My question is, why was the decision made to have funding go directly to LEAs and not SELPAs with regard to mental health?
So that one is because, so in 2020, that funding stream was flexed to benefit all students, and generally when funding streams are unrestricted, then they go to LEA. So this is just aligning that with practice.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sorter?
Just to clarify, again, going back to the mental health and the funding from SELPAs to LEAs, you indicated that LEAs can pull their funds. So could an LEA take their funds and give it back to the SELPA?
Absolutely, yes.
So then it really wouldn't have an impact. They can stay status quo.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Tostin?
My question is about the high cost pools and understanding the consolidation and no programmatic changes. Was there, and maybe I missed this, was there an increase in the funding in the high cost pools or simply a consolidation?
It's simply a consolidation. We know that there have been, conversations in the field about increasing the cost pool. And of course we have our NPSA placement study that's going to come out. So this is kind of a simplification of the current cost pool as we go into looking into what reform might look like for that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Just to clarify, is the alternate path to graduation, is that linked with the IEP template in that you're proposing to have established an expert panel, or was there something more to that?
So we imagine that that work would be done by two different groups.
But both of them, your goal is to establish an expert panel for each of them?
I believe that there's an expert panel for the IEP the IEP template, but there's no structure proposed in how to look at the alternate coursework.
So I'm confused. What are you doing with the alternate pathway?
So that it's basically discretion up to CDE. That can be a panel. It could be further study, maybe contracting out with another group or do more research.
Commissioner Notch?
Thank you. You covered part of my question, Commissioner Hamilton, so thank you for that. Is there a projected timeline for the expert panel that's being convened or proposed for the IEP template for the refinement of the document and implementation preparation?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Of course. Is there so we had the work group that did the initial work with developing the IEP template with the expert group that's coming together to refine and prepare for implementation. Is there a projected timeline for how long that work might take or what the next step may be in outcomes for that work?
I don't believe that any timeline was proposed in language.
That's correct. There was not a timeline proposed in language.
Okay, seeing no further questions from commissioners, we'll call for public comment.
Yes, we do have public comment.
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation, speaking slowly for the record. You have 1 minute, which begins when you start speaking.
Aaron Benton, Butte County SELPA Director. Good afternoon, Chair Hayes, White, and members. In reference to the governor's mental health recommendations, Education Code 56207 reads, quote, no educational programs and services already in operation in school districts or county office of education shall be transferred to another school district or county office or vice versa unless the SELPA has developed a plan for the transfer which addresses the following. And I'm only going to read a couple of requirements. Number 1, pupil needs, first and foremost. Number 2, the availability of the full continuum of services to affected pupils. Number 3, the functional continuation of the current IEPs of all affected pupils. Number 4, the means through which parents and staff were represented in the planning process. Finally, the date on which the transfer is supposed to take effect may be no earlier than the first day of the second fiscal year. The governor's proposal to simply send ERMS funding to LEAs as of July 1st plainly violates this law. It doesn't include any sort of actual plan.
Caller, that is time. Please finish your thought.
How this funding will impact programs and services, and it therefore falls short of the intent of the law, which exists to protect students with disabilities and the staff who serve them from random, sudden changes without thoughtful.
Thank you, caller, for your input. Next caller, good afternoon. Please state your name and affiliation for the record, speaking slowly. You have 1 minute beginning when you start speaking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Deanna Clark, and I am a parent of a child with a significant mental health needs. I am also a school nurse and work within the system and see students with these needs every day. Our daughter receives educationally related mental health services from our district. I am calling to respectfully oppose the recommendation to directly fund districts with these dollars. We have firsthand accounts of why this is a very bad idea. Our district is one that has assumed these services from SELPA. We have limited access to services now that they have assumed these services. When the services was within the SELPA model, there were many more clinicians that could have been matched with our daughter's unique needs. Since the new model splits off resources, there are less clinicians to choose from, and they are assigned by site rather than the child's needs. Our daughter really needs access to female clinicians, but the district can only supply a male clinician. When you don't pool resources, you have less access to match what the child actually needs, and instead the resource is what the district can provide with their limited resources.
Caller, you've reached time. Please finish your thought.
Okay. We'll take away much needed resources from the student like our daughter who needs these services for IEP. Making these resources flexible waters down the intensive services she needs. This is a need to fund school-based mental health services for all. It should be funded through the general education, not taken away from students with IEP. Teams have determined that they have a high...
Caller, thank you for your input. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Speaking slowly, you have 1 minute, which begins when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Davis, Executive Director for Riverside County SELPA. The 26 LEAs in Riverside County SELPA serve more than 250,000 students, approximately 34,000 of whom are identified as students with disabilities. I am calling to state our respectful opposition to the 22-23 state budget proposal to shift ERMS funds from SELPAs to LEAs. This sudden shift in funding will create disruption to the critical mental health services our students receive. Under our allocation plan, we allocate ERMS dollars in a hybrid model. We maintain the federal ERMS dollars at the SELPA to provide Tier 3 educationally related mental health services and to ensure that these IDEA dollars are utilized to serve students with disabilities as they are intended. Our regionalized approach to providing these services allows us to leverage economies of scale and ensure all students receive the specialized and intensive mental health services they may require regardless of where they reside. Shifting the funding for ERMS will cause our LEAs to expend unnecessary time and resources to recreate a system that works.
Caller, that is time. Please finish your sentence.
Our smallest LEA will be forced to provide these costly yet critical services with an allocation of less than $1,000. Thank you.
Thank you for your input, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record, speaking slowly. You have 1 minute, which begins when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Leangela Reed on behalf of the Small School Districts Association. And I'm calling to echo some of the concerns raised about the direct shift of funds to LEAs. In many of our smallest districts, the students are served through the county and through the county SELPA, and we rely on those services. There's a concern that there will be a break in services with the shift in funding, and we will lose the wraparound that's been so valuable for our students. So we would just ask that this process be thoughtful. It seems a bit hurried and kind of take into consideration some possible unintended consequences. Thank you for your consideration.
Caller, thank you for your input. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record, speaking slowly. You have 1 minute, which begins when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Veronica Coates, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent of the Tehama County SELPA. I hope you've had the opportunity to read the letters sent in by my LEAs of Tehama County about the unintended consequences of flowing the ERMS funding directly to LEAs. Our LEAs discuss how, although there can be a choice to continue this model, there would be unintended consequences, including much more work at all levels that is unnecessary and would tax already overworked LEAs. If this isn't broken, why are we trying to fix it? If the reasoning behind flowing the money directly to LEAs is due to making the money flexible, I think there is a step that's being missed in this process, which should be to assess whether flexing the money at all was actually successful, as it appears that 97% of the money is still being utilized for students with disabilities with our most intense mental health needs. If there's a need for more funding for mental health and school-based mental health for all students, that should be funded at the general fund and not used with money that has been earmarked for our students with the most intense needs. I urge you to look at the many unintended consequences.
Caller, that is time. Please finish your sentence.
And ask why we are not asking the question whether or not flexing the dollars in the first place was a mistake. We are counting on you as Commissioner.
Thank you for your input, caller. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation for the record. This is a gentle reminder to speak slowly as we are translating as you speak. You have 1 minute beginning when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Michelle Underwood on behalf of the Coalition for Adequate Funding for Special Education. First, we want to thank the Newsom administration for the proposed funding increase for students with disabilities, but we must raise the issue of LEAs that will receive fewer dollars in the coming school year compared to this year. This reduction could cause the districts and charter schools that comprise these 35 SELPAs to be out of compliance with their federal maintenance of effort requirements. Federal MOE does not provide an exception due to receipt of one-time dollars like the ones we received this year. If out of compliance, LEAs in these SELPAs would be ineligible for federal funding. And with the federal government already supporting less than 8% of total services for students with disabilities, we should leave none of their dollars on the table. We have asked the administration to increase funding to at least $850 per average daily attendance to address this issue. Finally, we want to echo all the concerns already raised regarding the mental health proposal that have been so well articulated.
Caller, that is time. Please finish your statement. Thank you for your input, caller. Commissioners, this concludes all callers.
All right, thank you. Okay, so hearing no further comments, we are now going to enter our scheduled 10-minute break. We are going to break now at 3:16, and we will come back at 3:26. See you in a bit. All right, welcome, commissioners. We're going to move right on into item number 6, Special Education Director's Report. Director Heather Calamise will share an update regarding the latest activities within the Special Education Division. Welcome, Director Calamise. I turn over the mic to you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Good to see you here today and be here in person. Yep, okay. Going to go ahead and cue up the presentation. So just a couple of updates in regards to the current division activities. First, there is the, just want to let you all know that the One System report is now live on our website. So as you may know and remember, back in 2015, the Special Education Task Force was formed and put forth a report that made a number of recommendations across several areas for really towards improving outcomes for students with disabilities across the state of California. The recent report that has been released serves as an update to that report, and again, it can be found on our CDE website, and addresses areas such as early learning, evidence-based school and classroom practices, educator preparation and professional learning, assessment, accountability, family and student engagement, and special education financing or funding. So again, and I think as the name sort of says it all, the calls for one system ring very loudly from that report. And so, I think one of the sort of key areas in which we are looking to do, obviously, is to bring those two systems into alignment as much as we can, knowing that the special education system has sat separate for a number of years, and really looking to ensure that we have both systems aligned and integrated as much as we can. The second, and actually this was just mentioned previously by Sheila and Sarah Neville Morgan, but the P3 alignment webinar, again, will be held on April 21st, next Thursday in the afternoon. And again, this webinar is designed for LEAs, community-based organizations, partners, et cetera, to really understand the importance of inclusive education for our young children, both with and without disabilities. And so participants will receive information about existing and proposed legislation and funding opportunities, some of which you have heard today, to support preschool and early elementary inclusive classrooms as well. So we'll have a panel set up. The moderators are also set up as well. And so we're looking for a really exciting conversation next week as well. In an effort to engage the special education Special Education Division to engage with our community is one thing that we have been doing or have started actually in late February. I think it was February 24th. We have begun a quarterly information sharing series. Okay, so this is meant to ensure that we are staying connected to our community and sharing updates and providing supports on a regular basis. So the first quarterly webinar series, as I said before, was held in February. We'll be sending out a notice soon for the rest of the series in terms of when those dates will be shared with you. And so the previous presentation that we went through in February was regarding the annual determinations that LEAs receive. And so we're now stepping through with those districts additional webinars in terms of the supports available to them, both available from CDE and also our technical assistance providers through the statewide system of support as well. And so those webinars will continue throughout this year. But again, it's an effort for us, the Special Education Division, to stay in better contact and more frequent contact with the field as well. The last, not the last, but one of the other activities we've been involved in is we recently have participated in the National Center for Systemic Improvement. That is a national convening. All states were invited. I think there were roughly around 40 states that spent about 2 days together to really talk about the ways in which we can continue to improve outcomes for students with disabilities, largely at the state level. There's quite a bit of discussion around ensuring that special education departments or divisions have a healthy, well-functioning system so that we can guide and direct and support our educational partners in the field, again, for maximum outcomes. And so one of the activities that we will be embarking on over the next, and probably will take us at least 2 years or so, is to really take a look at our general supervision system to ensure that it's functioning healthy. And so the components of the general supervision system, one is fiscal management, integrated monitoring, policies and procedures, sustained compliance and improvement, technical assistance and development, dispute resolution, data, and then our state performance plan and our annual performance report. So those components really comprise our major functions as a state education agency. Those functions are monitored by OSEP, and in preparation for a forthcoming OSEP visit in the coming years, it's just a good activity for us to do to ensure that we have sort of clear processes and mechanisms for support in each of those categories. So we'll be embarking on sort of a systems review, if you will, internally over the next couple of years or so. In terms of cross-division work and projects at CDE, I think you got a little bit of a snippet of the work that we're doing across divisions here within CDE with our early education division. We also wanted to highlight the work that we're doing as well with our multilingual support division, and then also our Imperial County SELPA content lead as part of our statewide system of support. We recently presented at the CABE conference that was held virtually this past year. And then we continue to have regular dialogue on how we will continue to partner together to improve outcomes for dually identified students, both the students that have a disability and also have a language need as well. And so, it's really important that we continue to sort of maintain that through line between not only those three departments, but all of the departments and the opportunities for all branch, but those two departments, given some of the information in the budget proposals, there's a natural sort of, I think, tendency for us to really want to partner together, align our resources, ensure that there's consistency in messaging, and also in the ways in which we are working with our educational partners across the state as well. So again, looking forward to expanding the work that we're doing collectively within OFAB, and particularly with our early ed and our multilingual support division as well. The second is just a quick update here that our annual IDEA Part B application is now live and posted on our website. And so we again, are looking for public comment. There is information in terms of how to make that public comment on that website as well. The public comment period opened on April 1st. We will collect public comment through May 2nd. And so at that point in time, we will respond to any input if necessary prior to our submission to OSEP in May as well. The other couple more updates here, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or ELOP. Please do not call it ELOP. I have been told to never call it ELOP ever again. And again, we're having some discussions with the Expanded Learning Division, within the Opportunities for All branch to number one, attend. I believe they're having a summit, I believe on May 11th. And so members of our special education team will be on hand to dialogue and answer any questions as it relates to the impact on students with disabilities and expanded learning program. Expanded Learning Opportunities Program as well. So again, that announcement or announcements should be going out soon, but please know that we're also having conversations about that arm of the work as well. And then finally, wanted to just make a note and a mention that our division is working to I think do some priority setting and some strategic planning for the years ahead. And so we're working on a series of documents, but first and foremost, there'll be one that will be sort of public facing that will sort of outline our key priorities, our metrics and our focus areas over the next couple of years as well. So we're hoping to get that sort of finalized and completed over the summer months. Again, that will be public facing, but I think it's important that, again, we are transparent in how we're communicating, especially communicating our priorities across the state. And I look forward to working with you on that sort of priority setting and sharing that information with you as well. I think that concludes sort of my update. And again, just want to thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Director Calamise, for your leadership. I was wondering, can you please share with us an update on the IEP work group and the transition work group?
Sure. As you have heard earlier, that the work that was done by both of the work groups in the last budget cycle will continue this year. And so what that means is CDE will has been charged, at least in the proposed language, to lead the work in terms of the IEP template and also lead the work on the alternative coursework that will eventually lead to an alternative pathway to a diploma. And I do want to underscore, we're talking about an alternative pathway, not an alternative diploma, right? So just want to make that sort of note of distinction there. But though we do anticipate that those two work groups will, again, depending again on how the sort of budget and the language exactly lands, but we will be, undertaking that work and embarking on that journey again this year, again with the hopes of coming to a sort of a consensus and agreement on what a statewide IEP template will look like, and then also what is the coursework that will lead to that alternative pathway to a diploma.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Just an extension of that question. Will those work groups include the same members that they currently have, or those that'll be, okay.
Right. So when, sort of, if you look at the language as it currently reads, there is no indication that the sort of work groups that participated in the previous iteration last year will continue this year. So we are anticipating the need to form additional or brand new sort of work groups to sort of get the projects to the finish line.
Commissioners, I open the floor. My bad.
Commissioner.
Yes, thank you for your report. I was very excited to receive a letter in my inbox from the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, around his Parent Advisory Council. And I'm sure you're excited about that too, because it gives more voice to our state and our families. I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to explore a liaison from this body to serve also on that council, so that we can have a connection between what parents are bringing forth in that council to what we're talking about here. I think it's a great way for us to stay connected and to continue to elevate voice.
That's a great suggestion. So certainly we'll take that one back. Yeah.
Commissioner Topalian?
I'm wondering if we can review the document as it stands, so we could go ahead and give some recommendations prior to it going to committee as well. So some of those recommendations could be implemented, or, suggestions could be brought forward to the committee as well.
Yeah, I think that's good suggestions as well.
Seeing no hands raised. Further questions? Can we open public comment?
We currently do have no comments.
All right, thank you, commissioners. We are going to move right on into item number 7, commissioner updates and reports. Everyone, please remember to submit your self-nomination forms to Elections Chair, Commissioner Topalian. Has everybody done that? All right. And I have an update. In our O&P subcommittee, we talked about in-person meetings. So for our June meeting, we're going back to 2-day meetings. And our June meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, June the 22nd, and Thursday, June 23rd. So we are going back to 2-day meetings, June 22nd and June 23rd. And typically, our 2-day meetings looks like a full day for the Wednesday. And then the second day, the Thursday, is like a half day where we have our work groups. And so Commissioner Topalian brought up the IEP suggestive template, and that would be the time where we can do that work. All right. So we're going to be working on the agenda for a 2-day meeting for our next meeting in June. Let's see. And now I would like the Mental Health Subcommittee co-chairs, Commissioner Topalian and Commissioner Estes, to share an update on what happened today in their meeting. I turn over the mic to you.
Okay. There is a lot going on in the area of mental health in the state of California, as we all know. And so we've been talking in the committee about trying to set some priorities for the Mental Health Committee that we can be working on and growing towards into the coming year. And one of those is certainly support, and someone mentioned this earlier, support for mental health for educators as a whole. It is so incredibly greatly needed right now at all levels. And so we just had the presentation about social emotional learning, and I was happy to hear some of the commissioners mention that SEL work needs to be happening not just for the children and youth, but for the people who are working to serve them, and also for the parents. So we want to, in the subcommittee, talk more in June about, how do we support our educators and maybe make some recommendations around that. And one of the questions that we also had is, what sort of proposed legislation exists right now to actually do that work? And so I think in the next, weeks and months here, we'll be sort of digging into what has been proposed that will provide more support to, social, emotional, mental health for our educators themselves. So that's one priority area. Another priority area is integration of service delivery systems across our various agencies for mental health services for children and youth. A number of state agencies, including managed care organizations, the health plans, and also like regional centers and others, are holding resources that our children are dually eligible for, actually simultaneously eligible for, while education is serving them. And so figuring out ways to create one holistic system that integrates those resources in our schools and supports our children and families, and also supports the educators that are supporting them, is a priority. And I can let Commissioner Topalian talk a bit about the critical need for that and how that plays out in any given case in the field for all of us as we're working. But it often results in situations where we have different agencies who are simultaneously holding resources for students, but they're actually sort of referring to one another to provide those services for that child and family, leaving the child and family to navigate a system that they cannot navigate, and the system not wrapping itself around them despite multiple entitlements. So that is something that we think is really a priority. And we were saying that it would be really helpful in all of the conversations around community schools and the Child and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative in California. And actually, my flag went up as well during the P3 conversation to have technical assistance to the LEAs and their agency partners around how do you partner. You can go to the LCAP process with every intention of bringing your community partners to the table and partnering with them, or partnering with regional center, or partnering, but unless you have support as to how to actually do that work, we're finding that it's very hard for LEAs to realize that. So that was one of the recommendations that we came out with. The other is we've been talking about the fact that youth and family voice are incredibly important in doing our work, and we don't have the youth members of the commission here. The seats are vacant right now. So we'd really like to see those seats filled, and then in follow-up to the Mental Health Services Act, MHSOAC presentation that Toby Ewing did for the commission in our last meeting, we did circle back with MHSOAC. They have a youth advisory committee. The Child Welfare Council has a youth advisory committee. The State Board of Education has a couple of youth members, and there are other organizations. And so we would love to fill our seats and then have them coordinate with the other youth advisory committees in the state to create a joint set of recommendations for youth, as well as a set of recommendations just for our commission with our own youth advisors. So that is certainly a priority that we talked about. And the last is just really more robust, holistic services for the children of California who need them. And when I say that, we talk a lot and think a lot about inclusionary practices and having the services and supports necessary on campuses for our children and their families so that they can be in the least restrictive environment, so that they actually don't end up in special education because there aren't more inclusionary practices before they get there, and so that once they're there, we can keep them in the most inclusionary environment possible. And the extreme sort of evidence or population of students that we talked about that we really want to address is our out-of-state residential treatment students. We have hundreds of them, and it would be really lovely if the commission tried to really create a body of work or a conversation around how to have inclusionary practices that would preclude that from being necessary for the children of California. So.
Wonderful job. And could I just add one more thing is if we could have an hour instead of just 25 minutes, that would be really appreciated. We would appreciate the extra time, so.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm going to open the floor for any other commissioners who were in the meeting and would like to make a comment or questions.
More of a general comment, but relates to our conversations this morning. And as we look forward to going back to 2 days, I'm surprised that I'm on this side of the dais because of seniority, because I just got here and have vague memories of how we operated in the past. And we were touching base this morning. And so as we're resuming, I think it might be good for us to revisit some of our core documents, whether it be our pillars, our equity lens, as well as some of those operational pieces, so that in our new world, we were able to go back to some of our practices that ensured good communication between us throughout the meetings, but also that we had enough information. Because the reality is, with 4 meetings a year and months in between, a lot happens with different bills. And so wanting to be equipped to discharge our role as commissioners and advise our appointing bodies. And so I would just suggest that when we start planning our agenda for June and maybe even the next meeting, that we spend some time revisiting some of those core documents, as well as some of our operational pieces and committee chairs as well. And I know Commissioner Winlock was willing to facilitate our pillars conversation. The pillars for the commission are guiding principles and our values and vision. And Dr. Winlock was essential in leading that conversation the first time, so was willing to re-volunteer for round 2. And so I wanted to just share that out loud, or share it out publicly as we're doing our agenda planning and thinking through the next steps as we resume going back to 2 days. It's a huge difference being in person than it is online, and so very excited about that.
Thank you for your input. I really appreciate that. Any other commissioners? All right. Are there any?
I'll just add one thing. I think that really concentrating both in the commission and in the field on ensuring that we do have that robust continuum of mental health services available to children and youth is critically important, particularly now as we're coming in and through and COVID. And so I sat on the SB 75 Medi-Cal work group, and it came up in some of the conversations today. But ensuring that we are maximizing the entitlements that these children hold under Medi-Cal would certainly be a priority, as well as ensuring that our allocations of our dollars to provide these services are able to be utilized by the districts and children and families in the most effective ways possible, so that we're not having them fall through the cracks between how we allocate our funding streams. So I think concentrating on how to maximize utilization of that revenue, and also making sure that we have a continuum available in every LEA, is going to be really important.
Thank you, Commissioner Estes. Any further comments? All right. Are there any public commenters at this time?
We have none.
All right.
No.
Hearing.
Chair Vice Hayes, may I borrow a minute before we go?
Sure, Commissioner Tostin.
Can I maybe just make the request between now and the June meeting, if we could email out the pillars and the equity framework, just so that we can familiarize ourselves with that?
Yes. Commissioner Adler, can you please make that note? All right. So are there any public commenters? Okay, none. All right. Let's move on. Item number 8 is canceled, so we are going to be moving into item number 9, agenda building. Commissioners, I heard some suggestions already, so let's repeat those suggestions so we can have them on the record for this item. Are there any potential agenda items for the next 2-day June meeting and or beyond? So I'm going to open up the floor, and commissioners, add your comments. Commissioner Topalian.
Suggestion, I believe from the Mental Health Committee, was to ask for somebody from legislation to come by and speak to us about mental health, anything that's going on in special ed. I remember Superintendent Thurman's, somebody spoke to us last year, correct? Government Affairs, maybe it just came to me. Yes, perhaps he could come by, or somebody that's, is aware, and something that we could review, so we're all updated.
Okay, Commissioner Hamilton, and then Commissioner Notch.
I'm interested in any updates on the West Ed funding recs, status and next steps.
Commissioner Notch.
I would love to hear a presentation on some of the key findings of the update to the One System report. That was such a foundational piece of my work. I still have my notes. It follows me from file cabinet to file cabinet to file cabinet from 2015, and I actually take it out and some of the resources that I tote with me. And I just think it's such a critically important document, so I'd love to receive a presentation.
Commissioner Gill.
For the record, I'll put a presentation on the Parent Advisory Committee and exploring opportunities to create a ACSE liaison to the Parent Advisory Committee as a potential discussion topic. And then I also wanted to add something around incarcerated youth. I feel like that goes through our scope, and we know the disparities between Black and Brown students. And I think that falls within our wheelhouse, that we should bring that to the front. How are we doing with our incarcerated youth, and what could we be doing?
Commissioner Tostin.
Just restating the request to have the conversation around our core documents and our operational pieces. But also I would make a recommendation to invite California Coalition for Inclusive Literacy. It's a part of the statewide system of support. A number of our conversations today have touched on the importance of inclusive practices and literacy, and so I think in hearing from organizations that are leading that work currently could be informative to us. Inclusive literacy for California students, it's CECL. It's also a special ed e-way grant. It has many names. And June, I think it would be a good time for us to discuss the contents of our annual report that we would ideally want to publish in August. So some time devoted to that.
The day tour. Mm-hmm. You want to put that on record? Anybody else? No?
I was just going to say what Commissioner Adler just said, which is there has been a request by the SELPA to present, so.
Okay, so what we have so far, revisiting our core practices and pillars documents. It's been asked for legislative or government affairs to report on what, if anything, is going on with mental health legislation. West Ed provide an update on what's happening with their funding recommendations, an update on key findings of the updated One System report, presentation on the Parent Advisory Committee and the progress towards having a liaison to that committee, report on incarcerated youth, how are we doing and what we can do better, report from the Coalition for Statewide Inclusive Literacy, and work on the contents of our annual report, and a report from the SELPA directors. Did I capture everybody's comments?
All right, commissioners, any further comments at this time? Hearing none, are there any public commenters at this time?
Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name and affiliation, speaking slowly for the record as we are providing translation. You have 1 minute, which begins when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, commissioners and chairs. This is Veronica Coates, Assistant Superintendent of Tehama County, SELPA again. I just wanted to reiterate the strong points that Commissioner Estes made about discussing some of the mental health continuum and the continuum of supports for our students with most extensive needs. I think that's essential, especially as you are discussing completely changing and restructuring the funding model for those with extensive needs. So discussing the continuum is an agenda item that is of utmost importance right now.
Caller, thank you for your input. Next caller, please state your name and affiliation. Just kidding, we don't have any more callers, commissioners.
All right, thank you. Hearing no further commenters, we're going to move right on into item number 10, general public comment. At this time, the public is invited to make comments on any matter, including items not on the agenda. Commissioners are precluded from discussing matters not on the agenda. However, questions may be asked by commissioners for clarification purposes. The commission would like to acknowledge receipt of all public comments submitted via email. Issues raised by the public may be referred to a future meeting agenda item. Public comments are limited to 1 minute. Okay, guys, are there any public comments at this time?
We have none.
Wow. Thank you, public. Thank you, commissioners, for your participation today. I am overjoyed to be here with you. It just feels so doggone good. All right, seeing no further business, I now adjourn our April 13th, 2022 meeting at 4:03 p.m. See you guys in June. Good job.